All praises to the Most High, y'all. So today I'm going to come with you with some research I've been doing. I have been trying to show you and prove to you that number one, there's two different type of people on Earth. I've been trying to hold me. There's two different type of people on Earth. Number one, there's the timeline. They lied about the timeline. Um, and what's the other thing I'm going to be proving today? Oh, and we, those of us who know, but for the other people, this is going to also prove. This right here is also going to prove. Now, this book I was going over last night, and well, in the middle of the morning, I was going over it, and I looked online to see if anybody else realized what I realized when I saw this. And so this guy here realized, now this guy is not a Hebrew Israelite. He is not anything. I think he's like an Egyptian or something like that. But um, he um, he caught the same thing I caught when it came to this book. So, y'all, I don't have anything else to do but study and research and read books and study. And I just want y'all to understand and understand the information that I have, and why I say the things I say and why I move the way I move. Because if you know what they hid from us, if you know how they lied to us, then you will move different. You will talk different. You will walk different. You will pray different. You'll start following these laws, statutes, and commandments. You'll start doing it. But you got to know what they did. And I keep telling y'all, they got us looking to the future. Like he's even going to think that we're looking to the future for some things. They got you looking to the future for stuff that already happened in the past. They got you looking for stuff that already happened in the past. They got you looking in the future, y'all. We're at the end of the end of the end. We're at the end of the end of the end. They got you looking for the millennial reign. It already happened. They got you looking for this war. It happened. They got you looking for these things. It already happened. It already happened. So we're at the end of the end of the end. That what the Christians call Satan's little time. That's the time we're in. That's the time we're in right now. But y'all don't see it. They got you looking for it in the future. So this book is going to well, it might not prove it to somebody people because y'all might not want to believe that. Y'all might not want to believe that they've been lying. And now I'm not gonna so you're not gonna accept it because then that takes away everything that you ever been taught. But we got to erase everything they taught. Everything they taught us was a lie. It was a lie. And it's because it's gonna be because of this right here. And they put the truth right in our face. That's why I say it's always in our face. The law is the Most High God says they have to tell us the truth. They tell us the truth and say it's fan fiction. They will tell us the truth and say it's a movie. They tell us the truth and say it's something else. But it's the truth. But they have to tell you, but they don't have to tell us fairly. They don't have to tell us fairly, but they do have to tell us. So the truth is out there. You just got to seek it. You got to search for it. And if you read this book, then you'll start going to say everything that I've been told don't make any sense. Because this gives a timeline. This gives a timeline in the book of the prophets. It gives a timeline of when, what, where, and how. It lays it out. You cannot mistake it. But you have to go read the book of the prophets. You have to read all of the prophets and read them carefully. Then read it again. Then read it again. And then read it again. And then ask the Most High God to open up your eyes. Then after you open your eyes, read it again. And then when you read the prophets, you're going to look around. You're going like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. They're lying about something. And then you're going to start seeking and searching. That's what happened with me. Once I read the book, then I started going, wait a minute, but this don't, what I've learned in school, what I've learned growing up doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. It even tells you, anyway, y'all ain't ready for what I know. And I'm not saying I'm smarter than anybody. What I'm saying is, I just asked the Most High Yah to show me the truth. Jeremiah 33:3, the Most High Yah said, my name is Yah. My name is Yah. Call on me. And then he says, I will answer you and show you. He said, I will show you. And he'll show it to you. Shalom, sis Melissa Yasharil. Shalom. So, peace and Baruch, sis. I pray that everything is well with you and your family. So once you sit and read it, and then you start looking at society in a whole. When you start looking at a society in a whole, then you're going to start going, wait a minute, this is not adding up. It's not adding up. So I spend my time researching and looking and researching and looking and researching to see what they lied to, where did they add to, and where did they take away. They literally added to and took away. That's this book. It was the whole world they did it to. It was the whole world. And there's so much more, but I know that you all are not ready for that, for the information. Even the Garden of Eden is not what you think it is, what they told you it was. Everything is different than what you think. And so I'm going to start with this right here. I'm going to skip through and out, but I'm not going to, because he has an hour and a half, something like that. I'm going to skip through and out and let him read the book to you. The same thing I read yesterday. He caught what I caught, but at the end, he doesn't catch the fact that what he's reading is in the past and not in the future. So let's go ahead and go back over this. And no, this guy's not an Israelite, and in fact, he's against us. In fact, he makes fun of us. He has a whole video making fun of us, the Israelites. He has a whole video making fun of us, but it's not about that. I need you to get in here and see this. So
prove that.
So can y'all hear this well? Let's see if you can hear it well.
Okay, y'all better watch this video. Seriously, y'all better.
If you need me to raise it up, let me know.
Please don't ignore this. So today, I'm going to talk about the king of the world, or really Lucifer or Jesus, right?
While y'all do this, I'm gonna get me some coffee.
I'm really glad that I read this book at the time that I did. And I'm also glad that I watched Leslie's most recent video, because then I had the epiphany that I needed to understand what this book was really trying to say. I had already made a short video covering this book, but I didn't really get it the first time. There was an answer that I was looking for, but anyways, so this book came out 100 years ago, okay? And in this book called The Beasts, Men, and Gods, he basically talks about the king of the world as living underground, right, in the hollow earth, like literally in the hollow earth, as you have the surface and you have the hollow earth. That's where underground peoples and other species live. Okay. So, anyways, this part is called the mystery of mysteries, king of the world. This is where he learns about the greatest mystery that is kept by the Lama orders, the Lamaist orders of Tibet. Okay. So this is called the Subterranean Kingdom. This chapter is chapter 56. Okay. So So this is basically going to prove that, that this fallen angel is the king of the underground. Okay, he's the king of the underground right now, but when in the future he'll be king of the surface ground, right? So right now he's just the king of Agartha, and Agartha is just another way of saying the Hollow Earth in
Okay,
in
so
the Buddhist language, right?
you can hear it.
Tibetan.
Awesome.
So
Okay, so the king of the underground, the king of the think about, they talk about people came up from under the earth, there's tunnels under the earth, all that. And then think about when the Most High Yah says he's going to make a great earthquake. He's going to make a great earthquake and flatten out the earth. Why is the Most High Yah got to flatten the earth out? Why was he said he's going to make shaking the people on the ground, he's going to flatten, he's going to make it their tomb. He's going to make it their tomb. I'm like, why does he have to do that? I asked all these questions, like, because he says these things for a reason. And y'all, we have 204 books. Now, there's only the book of the law. Y'all know what those 5 books are. The book of the prophets. Y'all know what those books are. But the writings is our history. The other books that we're missing is our history. That's what we're missing. Everything that happened from beginning to the end, from all of that. That's what the writings are. The other, I'm gonna say 90 books. It's more or less. But the other 90 books that we're missing is our timeline in history: who, when, what, where. Those are the books that we're missing. And they have these books missing on purpose so they can add their self into our history, the people that are living in the tunnels under the earth. So they can add themselves into our history like they were up here with us the whole time, and they weren't. They weren't. So the Most High Yah showed me this. This is why I am going to flatten the earth. This is why he's going to make a massive earthquake. He has to. He's going to trap them down there and kill them in their own tomb. He's going to make them in their own tomb. And the ones who have come up onto the top of the earth, he's going to eliminate them off of the earth too. He has to, because they're not supposed to be here. They ain't supposed to be here. It's only supposed to be us, the Shem, Japhet, and Ham. Anybody that is bloodline related to this, these people are not of any of these tribes, Of Shem and Japhet and Ham. I'm not just talking about Israelites. Of Shem and Japhet and Ham, these people aren't related to us, to any of these people. So let's keep now that you have that in your mind, that's why I keep telling there's 2 different types of people. I'm not talking about Shem, Japhet, and Ham. I'm talking about Shem, Japhet, and Ham. We're humans. But then there's mankind. The Most High Yah said there will be Nephilim. They will be in the earth during the time of Noah and after. They are here. They are walking around with us. So the Most High Yah says, I'm going to get them off of earth. So let's keep learning.
This is where, so on page 301, this is where he mentions the kingdom of Agartha. He first mentions it by name. Okay. So I think this video will be very important. And I think you definitely need to watch it. So don't click off or anything. You just watch the whole thing. Okay, so on my journey into Central Asia, I came to know for the first time about the mystery of mysteries, which I can call by no other name. At the outset, I did not pay much attention to it and did not attach to it such importance as I afterwards realized belonged to it when I had analyzed and connoted many sporadic, hazy, and often controversial bits of evidence. The old people, actually, I'm going to skip that part. So he talks about this Mongol tribe that disappeared under the earth. Uh, Somebody mentions to him that there's an entrance to the kingdom of Garti near this lake called Nogan Kul. So he says that the man went through this gate, found the kingdom, entered into the kingdom, and after his return began to relate what he had seen there. The lamas allegedly cut out his tongue in order to prevent the man from telling about the mystery of mysteries. So they didn't want him to know about this underground kingdom. Okay. When he became older, he came back to the entrance of this cave and disappeared into the subterranean kingdom. So Ferdinand Ossendowski, the author, received more realistic information about this from Tutu Njeli Jamsrap in Narabanchi Kure. He told me the story of the semi-realistic arrival of the powerful king of the world from the subterranean kingdom. Again, what does that sound like, right? It sounds exactly like what we all heard before, right? The return of King Jesus, right? That's why all these Christians always say, "Oh, Jesus the King," right? King Jesus, etc. Of his appearance, of his miracles. See that? Well, we see that of his miracles. That's the first clue, and of his prophecies. And only then I begin to understand that, and that legend, hypnosis or mass vision, whichever it may be, is hidden not only mystery, but a realistic and powerful force capable of influencing the course of the political life of Asia. From that moment, I began making some investigations. The favorite Gelong Lama of the Prince Shultun Bailey, a Mongol prince, and the prince himself gave me an account of the subterranean kingdom. This is what he says. This is what the Lama says. Everything in the world, said the Gelong, is constantly in a state of change and transition. Peoples, science, religions, laws, and customs. How many great empires and brilliant cultures have perished, and that alone, which remains unchanged, is evil, the tool of bad spirits. And I see here that bad spirits is capitalized, so I think it refers to powerful demons, right? So I'm going to skip that part because the juicy stuff is really around pages 305 to 310 or 312. Okay. So the subterranean people have reached the highest knowledge. I wonder, could that be? That's what he called the occult knowledge, right? This is information we don't that the surface people do not have access to, right? That's us. Now it is a large kingdom, millions of men with the king of the world as their ruler. Okay? He knows all the forces of the world and reads all the souls of humankind and the great book of their destiny. Now, how does a regular mortal read the souls of people. Who could have such a power, right? Who could know the thoughts? Who could know the thoughts and the energy produced by souls? Obviously, there's only one answer to that. It's Jesus himself. It's the man Zeus, the big J himself. It's whose actual name is LL, really LL, the Morning Star. For the purpose of this video, I'm just going to say Lucifer. Who is capable of reading people's minds and thoughts and reading the energy fluctuations of their hearts, right? Their auras. Who can read the people's souls? Obviously him. This book is only talking about him. It can only be talking about him. Okay. And it's going to become even more obvious as I keep reading. So there's all these verses where he reads people's thoughts, right? Jesus reads people's thoughts in Matthew's 9:4. So Matthew chapter 9, chapter 12, Mark chapter 2, Luke chapter 5, and John chapter 6. Okay. So Matthew 9 and 9:4, he literally says, knowing their thoughts. How does a man know somebody's thoughts, right? Where regular people don't have telepathy, right? It's not like everybody's walking around with dormant psychic telepathic powers. And that's only an ability that somebody who was a child of a Nephilim, or really a rebellious angel, or just an angel in general, right, would have, because telepathy is not some human ability. So again, there's several verses here where he literally says he knows their thoughts, he reads their thoughts, etc., right? So I'm going to come back to that. He reads the souls, everybody's souls, not just one person, but literally everyone. That includes you and me, right? Those are they're not even divine powers, they're just like angelic powers, really. Because remember, he is the son of Ishtar, or Mary of Ishtar, Inanna, Isis, right? It's all the same women who is a rebellious angel, and the son of a mortal man, right? Joseph, but he got all his abilities from his mother, who was one of the chief queens, right, of the rebellious angels. And yeah, she's the queen mother, right? Invisibly, he rules 800 million men on the surface of the earth. Again, this was in 1921. So obviously it's not the same number today. So at the time, he was ruling over 800 million people, right, in total, on the surface of the earth from the underground. And they will accomplish his every order. Right? Sounds very, very mysterious and sinister, right? Well, this is what you call the top of the pyramid. Prince Sultan Bailey added. So the prince, the Mongol prince, this kingdom is Agartha, right? Or Agarthi. He literally says it right here. This kingdom is Agartha. It extends throughout all these subterranean passages of the whole world, right? How many caves are there in just the United States, right? Thousands, right? Thousands and thousands. How many cave entrances there are there in cave caverns that lead to this kingdom? Obviously, there's a lot more than you think, and a lot of these caves are restricted areas, like that are in military areas. Like I'm sure, like there's a lot of areas like in the West, out West, in Western states that have these entrances to the Hollow Earth, okay, which would explain behind military presence there. And in other countries, you also have thousands of caves as well. Right? So you could just like be coming across any random cave, and then you start exploring that cave, and then you just keep going and going and going, and eventually you find people in the cave that you don't know where those people came from. They look completely different, but at the same time, they just look like normal people because right, they're just people you find in the cave, and then eventually you might find some other interesting stuff like artifacts and even some serpent men. I don't know, some little scaly, big, tall, scaly men, maybe. And then eventually you'll discover some very warm, very very lush looking jungle or forest area, and then all of a sudden you're inside Hollow Earth. I heard a learned Lama of China relating to Bogdo Khan that all the subterranean caves of America are inhabited by the ancient people. Again, these are the dark skinned Hamites. Let's not get it twisted here. These are not Shemites or Negroes who have disappeared underground. Traces of them are still found on the surface. So every subterranean passage system probably has people living inside it because there's many caves around the world where like people have built houses into them. Okay,
And the
houses like
reason
areas of
why he's saying
habitation.
the dark skinned Hamites,
And
let me
sometimes
stop
they
that
even
so
have
you won't be
several layers,
confused.
like in
The reason why he's saying the dark skinned Hamites, there's a upper portion of the book. There's an upper portion of the book that said that some of the Hamites got together and went under there and went down there and started learning with them. Ham's kids went down there and started learning. And not only did Ham's kids do it, Japhet kids did too. So Japhet and Ham went down there and started learning from him. I keep telling y'all, they are the one that brought the Trinity up. They are the one that brought the Trinity. That's where it came from. They went down there. And they are the one that came with the gods and the worshiping of the gods. They wanted to be in power over Shem. They wanted to be in power over Shem. And so they went to Lucifer to get the information, get how to take them over, how to win over Shem. Shem ran the whole world. Shem did. And I'm talking about Shem himself. Shem ran the world. Shem was in charge. See, the other thing they're hiding from you that I found out is about Melchizedek. Shem is Melchizedek, but Melchizedek isn't a person. Melchizedek is a group of king priests. It's a group. So anybody that went to learn with Shem became king priest. So Jacob went to learn with Shem. He was a king priest. Abraham went to learn with Shem. He was a king priest. Eber learned with Shem. He was a king priest. That's the Melchizedek line. Who else was a king priest? David was a king priest. And he will be the last king priest. He's coming back. The Most High is going to resurrect him. He's going to be back. And he's going to be king over the whole world again. And y'all not ready for this information. Now, the little season that they keep talking to y'all about, we're in it. We're in it. And I'm trying to think, is anything else I need to add to that before he gets on? If you open your eyes, you'll see that This is why they did this. This is all about jealousy of their brother Shem. So Ham went to Lucifer, the fallen gods. He went to Lucifer. He went to Lucifer to get this information on what to do. That's where the Trinity came from. That's where the Queen of Heaven came from. That's where this is why Jesus Christos, Jesus keeps saying you've never seen his father. But if you look in the Tanakh, you'll see that we saw the Most High Yah all the time. He appeared before us all the time. But nobody's never seen his dad, Jesus' dad. Because it's Lucifer. So let's keep going.
Turkey, right?
He's going to describe he's going to
Okay.
describe what he looked like. He's going to be bald. He's going to be bald. He's going to be bald. Watch, listen.
Cappadocia, Cave City. C says, then this is very interesting. These subterranean peoples and spaces are governed by rulers owing allegiance to the king of the world. You hear that? These subterranean peoples, that means every single one of them, not just in America, but like everywhere that has caves, are governed by rulers or kings. Who are these rulers? Well, these would be, I'm assuming a lot of them are peoples that lived before the deluge, right? That's what I would assume. Tall, giant humans from before the deluge, and also probably modern humans as well.
Okay, so
every single one of these
let me add this in here. So if you go to Daniel 8, where my glasses at? Is it Daniel 8 or is it Daniel 2? Oh, I need my glasses. Let me grab my glasses real quick. Let this play. Y'all need. Oh, if you knew what I knew, I'm getting excited because if you knew what I knew, what Abba has showed me, and then the timeline, you will know who you're looking at when you're looking at them. And oh my goodness, let me do that. Let me find my glasses because I can't see that right.
They all worship him, which means that he's been around the entire world. He's been traveling the whole world. He has connection with every single king, royal family in the world. He gives orders to all these different peoples. Okay, he commands them. He tells them what his plans are, what the agenda is. Right, just like how we read in the books, in all the New Testament books, he's always traveling around to all these different places. But he wants to think that it's only this small little area that he's traveling around in this small little area, and in the desert, right? This small little area of the Middle East that he's traveling, around all of the lands. He's traveling all of the lands, which is why there's all these different characters that in different cultures which sound exactly like them, which sound exactly like him, whether it be Krishna or et cetera, right? And Buddha sounds like him as well as Zoroaster. I'm pretty sure all like the different like sun gods are basically a representation or a different version of him, right? So he's traveling around the world, and everybody recognizes him because his name is already well known. Okay, so I'm going to skip a year bit to. So the Lama then goes into more detail about the kingdom, the Lama Turgut traveling with me from Urga, which is the capital of Mongolia, to Peking or Beijing, gave me further details. So this is what he says: the capital of Lagarta is surrounded with towns of high priests and scientists. It reminds one of Lhasa, which is the main city of Tibet. The palace of the Dalai Lama, the Potala Palace, is the top of a mountain covered with monasteries and temples. The throne of the king of the world is surrounded by millions of incarnated gods. So to me, it's just obviously they're not divine, but it just means to me it means that they are all probably offsprings of the angels, right, that live underground. Because remember, they had a lot of children with a lot of different. They had a lot of children with human women. Okay, so obviously, their their group, their offspring will be numerous because they had a lot of children, and then those children they grew into families, and these Nephilim uh, became they spread across many different areas of the world, as you will see with all the rays of giants in many different countries. And I'm sure he's a giant himself. I mean, these hybrids were usually very tall, right? And these angels, hybrid children, were usually very tall, like NBA player tall, right? So he says that all these millions of hybrids, all these millions of angelic hybrids, they are called the holy panditas. The palace itself is encircled by the palaces of the Guru or Guru, who possesses all the visible and invisible forces of the earth. That sounds like another angel Nephilim hybrid because they inherit their abilities really. And that's where the whole idea of the superhero comes from. Superhero is somebody who's born with uh, all these fantastic powers, magical abilities. So they're kind of like superheroes, or kind of not really. Basically, they have the same abilities as the angels do, as the rebellious angels do. These are the hybrid children. Because they are the hybrid children, they will have all these abilities that regular people will not have. So he's able to harness all the forces of the earth, uh, of Inferno, which is Sheol, and of the sky as well. And he keeps
Okay, so I'm
everything.
going to show you some of these children in the book of Daniel. Hey, Lamont Bryant. Um, hey, Lamont. Oh, I'm trying. I just get excited though. I'm sorry. I don't mean to, but when I see this stuff, I'm like, I want y'all to know. But I'm going to show you some of these children in the book of Daniel and also in the book of Isaiah. Hmm, hmm. Hold on. Okay. I'm so excited. I ain't even drank my coffee yet. So, in the book of Daniel, chapter 10, in the book of Daniel, chapter 10, these fallen angel children, if you know what you're looking for, you will know, you will see this. So, in the chapter 10, starting at verse 18. No. Yeah, start at 18. The angel strengthens Daniel. Then he, the likeness of a human being, the angel has the likeness of a human being, touch me again and strengthen me. And he said, fear not, son of El. Okay. So it says here, he tells Daniel, he said, "Fear not, greatly beloved man. Peace to you. Grow stronger and stronger." And he spoke to me, and I strengthened myself, and I said, "Speak, my master, for you have strengthened me." And he said, "Do you know why I came to you? Now I will return to do battle with the heavenly prince of Persia." That's one of these children right here. In my book, it has heavenly. Y'all don't have heavenly in your book. It says heavenly. Heavenly, that means an angel. The heavenly prince of Persia. You keep reading. And he says, "Then I will depart, and behold, the heavenly prince of Greece is approaching." In my book, it has heavenly. So there's another one of those children that he's talking about that is ruling down here on earth. This is Daniel telling you who these people are. Okay. And he said, "However, I tell you what is inscribed is truthfully written. No one reinforces me against these except the heavenly prince Michael." And remember, Michael is our protector, the protector of the children of Israel. This is why Michael is always down here. He's always fighting. He's always warring with these people at all times, because the Most High Yah tells you in the book of Levi that if he didn't send Michael down here to protect us, these wicked spirits that he's talking about right there will have wiped us all out. They're coming at us all the time. We just don't know how much we're protected by the Creator Yah. Okay, let's go into Isaiah chapter 14. So he's talking about the king of Babylon. The king of Babylon, right here. The king of Babylon, right here. Isaiah, calm down, Tess. Isaiah 14. So the Most High Yah tells Isaiah, he says, it shall be on that day that the Most High Yah grants you relief from your distress and your anxiety, and from your labor which you were worked. You will recite a parable about the king of Babylon. Right now, the king of Babylon is in charge of the earth. Right now, who is the king of Babylon? Jesus Christos. That's the king of Babylon. That is this child. And then you keep reading. You keep reading. The Most High Yah calls the king of Babylon. He says, you also have been stricken as we were. These are the giants talking. The giants said, "You've been stricken as we were, the king of Babylon, and you were brought down to the nether world, where your pride and tumult of your stringent instruments and maggots are spread out under you, and the worms of your cover. How have you fallen from the heavens, O glowing morning star?" And then Jesus Christos calls himself the morning star over in the New Testament. Over in the New Testament, he calls himself the morning star. Let's keep reading. This is why you need to read the book. And then it says here, "You have been cut down to the ground, O conqueror of nations." He conquered all the nations. Who is the most praised and worshiped man on earth? That's Mary's baby. He says, "And you had said in your heart, I will ascend to the heavens higher than the stars of the Most High." This is why he's El Elyon. El Elyon means the Most High. El Elyon means the Most High, and that's the Canaanite God. And El Elyon has a son. Who are the Canaanites? Hamites. "You had said in your heart, I will ascend to the heavens higher than the stars of the Most High Yah. I shall raise my throne. And the Most High Yah, who I am talking about, is the creator, the first and last, the beginning and the end. He's the creator. He's the only creator. Nobody else created with him. He did not create with anybody. Now, he says here, I will sit at the mountain of meetings on the north side, and I will ascend over the tops of the clouds, and I will liken myself to the Most High Yah. But the neither world have you been lowered to. This is why Jesus Christos tell you he has the keys to hell. In the bottom of the pit, those who see you will take note. They will contemplate you carefully. Now let's keep going. He has children on earth. The king of Babylon is written right in the book of Isaiah that he has children on, and I don't know if it's in y'all book. I don't know if it's in y'all book. That this portion right here, because I don't remember reading that in that book before. I read it in this book. Let's keep reading. And then it says, is this the man who made the land tremble? See, he's telling you he a man. The Most High put them down here and turned them into human beings, because that's the way they were going to be able to die. They had to be turned into humans, but they still had the Nephilim DNA. He didn't change them over to our DNA. They got their DNA, but he took something away from them. There was a mark that he put on them. What mark did he put on them? He took away their melanin. This is why they had to go under the ground to get away from the sun. Now let's keep reading. Who made the world like a wilderness and torn down its cities? Who tore down the world's cities? He said the king of Babylon done tore down all the true cities of the Israelites and the Hamites and the Japhites. The world. He done went to every nation. Okay. It says, who made the world like a wilderness and tore down its cities? Who never released his captives to go home? All the kings of the nations, all of them, lie in honor, each in his place. Listen, all the kings of the nations lie, L-I-E, they lie in honor, each in his place. But you have been flung from grace like a detested tree shoot, like the garment of corpse pierced by the sword. Who was pierced by a sword? Who was pierced by a sword and died? Who was pierced by the sword and died? Which are lowered into the stones of the pit, like a trampled carcass. You will not join them in burial, for you have destroyed your own land. So he had his own land. The king of Babylon, aka Lucifer, had his own land. When he's saying land, when the Most High Yah saying land, earth is, when he says land, he's talking about the whole earth. He had his own planet, aka his own planet. He destroyed his planet. And listen, he said, you did what? He says, you destroyed your own land and you killed your people and your evil offspring. So he got children. I keep telling y'all that everybody that are walking around here aren't human. There's humans and there's mankind. There's humans and mankind. The Most High Yah said, I am going to get rid of all mankind. He's not talking about humans. That means who? That means who? That means who? Japheth is a human. Ham, human. Shem, human. And the only people that can be proselytes, are anybody who are humans. He's coming to save the human race. If you're you can only be a proselyte if you're human, because this book right here shows you who these people are. But they have to give you, I keep telling you, they have to give you the truth. That's the law of the Most High God. They have to tell you the truth or they will be accountable for it. But the way they do it is they hide it in fan fiction. They hide it in movies. They hide it and say it's this. They hide it and say it's that. But they tell you the truth. They have to, or the Most High will find them accountable. Because when they stand before the throne, did you tell them the truth? Yes, I did. I gave them this book. They just thought it was fake. I showed them in the movie, but they thought it was fake. Okay? So let's keep learning. Let's keep learning about this book to show you that these people, that our people aren't human, and these kings that they're talking about. Why would Michael have to fight a regular human? Why is Michael warring with a regular human? The king, the heavenly king of Persia and the heavenly king of Greece. Why is Michael having to war with the king of Babylon? Why? Why? If they're just plain old humans like us. Because they're not plain old humans like us. These right here. Now, can y'all see it now? Now, let's keep learning. Let's keep showing you. And then the book is going to tell you about a time to come. So I get it. I'm sorry. I'm getting excited. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me let y'all learn. I'm getting ahead of myself. I have time. I'm retired. I have time to do this. So I have time to sit and study and go out the book, after book, after book, after book. And so I know y'all don't. So I don't blame y'all. I don't blame y'all.
If mad humankind should begin a war against them, they would be able to explode the whole surface of our planet and transform it into deserts. Wow, that's crazy. Imagine what weapons.
Let's go back. I'm sorry.
These people have.
I got excited and y'all probably forgot where y'all was at.
Where the superhero comes from. The superhero is somebody who's born with all these fantastic powers, magical abilities. So they're kind of like superheroes, or kind of, not really. Basically, they have the same abilities as the angels do, as the rebellious angels do. These are the hybrid children. Because they are the hybrid children, they will have all these abilities that regular people will not have. So he's able to harness all the forces of the earth, of Inferno, which is Sheol, and of the sky as well. And he can do everything for the life and death of man. If our mad humankind should begin a war against them, they would be able to explode the whole surface of our planet and transform it into deserts. Wow, that's crazy. Imagine what weapons these people have. They can dry up the seas, transform lands into oceans, and scatter the mountains into the sands of the deserts. Well, we know that's exactly what's going to happen when they come up to the surface. This is what they're going to do here. They're going to just mess everything up. No, that's not even the right word. They're going to completely obliterate every single piece of land. They will obliterate everybody. Well, not everybody, but most people. By his order, trees, grasses, and bushes.
Okay, so he's thinking this is a future thing. He's thinking that they're gonna come up here and obliterate and all that. This already happened. I know you have read about and searched about they found all kind of bodies in mounds and catacombs and under the things and all these different things. This is why you see all the bodies and all these different things happening, because this already happened. There's if you actually travel through the United States and travel to the other countries, there's a lot of empty space where people don't live. I've traveled. I've been to other countries. I've been down to South America. I've been throughout the United States. I've been to other countries. There'll be city, space where people don't live, city, space where people don't live. And it's like this in the United States as well. It's like that. And then there's more desert land. You got to understand that the places that are desert lands now were not desert lands. There's a lot of desert land over here. There's desert lands down in South America. There's desert land over in Africa. There's desert land in the Middle East. Why? Because they already did this. They already did this, aka what y'all call mud flood. They used a weapon and did this. They used a weapon to do this. And y'all like, well, she crazy, blah, blah, blah. If you knew what I knew, it will change everything that you see. It will change what's going on. And then the Most High Yah allowed this. It had to happen. Why? Because the Most High Yah knew we were going to make a mistake. Remember, I keep telling you, for us, time is linear. It's a line. It's a line. For the Most High Yah, time is circular. So the beginning and the end is at the same place for the Most High Yah. So because the beginning and the end is at the same place for the Most High Yah, nothing happens on earth without the Creator, the Most High Yah's permission, y'all. Nothing happens without his permission. He allowed this because he knew there was going to come a time when we were going to screw up. When we human beings were going to screw up and we were going to need to be punished. And we were being punished by the king of Babylon. This is why it says here in Isaiah 14. What are we going to be saying? It shall be on that day when the Most High God grant you relief. This is 14 verse 3. Grants you relief from your distress and your anxiety and from your hard labor which you have worked. Why? This is the time of us, the world being in captivity by the king of Babylon, that the Most High God allowed him to do because we as humans screwed up and started following after other gods and started living like that. We all did something different. We didn't all do the same things, but we all started following the ways of these people living under the earth. Okay? And so we had to be punished. So the Most High Yah allowed them to do that. And then the Most High Yah is going to come up there. I told you the way Most High Yah do. The Most High Yah will use his enemies to kick the ass of his people, and then he will go and eliminate his enemy. We just did this on the Sabbath, remember? The Most High Yah allowed the Ammonite to unalive Saul, and then he used David to kill the Amalekite, to kill the Amalekite. Nothing new. He does not do anything new. The Most High Yah has order in everything he do. So he allowed the locusts. The locusts, when he talks about these locusts, these eating locusts that is going to come, they're going to come up and they're going to come up and they're going to destroy and they're going to do this. That's what he's talking about. It's them. He allowed it to happen to punish us for our actions. We caused this on ourselves. We did this to ourselves. Y'all don't realize how much y'all tied the Most High Yah's hand, because the Most High Yah believes in yin and yang. The Most High Yah believes in an eye for an eye. The Most High Yah believes that whatever you do, you got to get your recompense for it. You have to. That's just the law of Yah. If you knew his laws, it will make sense and you'll stop doing stuff. Because everything you're going to do is going to boomerang back around on you. Because you sent that energy out, that energy coming back to you. So if you're doing good things, the energy of that good thing is going to come back on you. But if you're doing bad things, the energy of that bad thing come back on you. Too many of us started doing bad things. So he had to send in the king of Babylon and his wicked children on us to make us stop what we were doing. And now we're crying out now. It is the last time days. We're crying out now. We don't like it no more. We can't stand this no more. We don't want to see it no more. We hate this now. I know I do. I know I hate it. Don't you? I can't stand this. We're in mental slavery and physical slavery, and we volunteered to put ourselves in it. Why? By the things that we chose to do. If you start following the laws and statutes, commandments, this will stop. But the Most High Yah said it. I'm gonna read it again. It shall be on that day when the Most High Yah grants you grants. Wait a minute, he's gonna grant. Why is he granting? Because we're requesting. We're requesting that this end. We're singing out, we're praying against it. We don't want it no more. We're tired of it in our heart, and he sees our heart. We're not speaking this in our mouth. We're speaking it in our heart. This is your heart. We're speaking this in our heart. We're going, I don't want this no more. I'm sick of this. I don't want to be dealing with this. I don't want these people ruling over us no more. I want you, y'all, like we're supposed to have, and like we supposed to have in the beginning. That's what this is all about. That's what the whole point of life is. And it's so simple. But everything had to happen linear. But the Most High Yah saw it circular. So Lucifer think he's getting away with something. He ain't getting away with nothing. Because the Most High Yah said, I'm going to handle you. But he's using him, his enemy, to come over on us and whoop up on us because of our bad choices. And now we're like, we don't want Lucifer around us no more. We don't want it. It's in our heart now. We're tired. We're sighing. We're crying out. We're begging. We're doing it. It's in our heart. He can hear it. And when enough of us start going, I can't stand this no more. I don't want this around no more. The Most High Yah is going to do what? He's going to what? Grant us our relief that we're asking for. That we're crying out in our hearts. But you got to know when, what, where, and how. And they're hiding it in plain sight. What's going on? And again, I don't blame you all for not knowing this, because I am retired, so I have time. I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning reading a book. You don't have time to do that. I do, because I don't have a job. So I don't blame you for not being able to do it, but I told you, every time I learn something new, I will get out here and I'm going to snitch. I'm snitching. I'm going to tell y'all everything that I find. Because you do not deserve not to know the truth. Because you will make different choices if you knew the truth. If you would make different choices if you knew the truth. You'll start walking right, talking right, singing right, and praying right. And you will start doing it because you don't want to get caught in that. I know a lot of you, y'all want to do the right thing, but you're doing what you think is the right thing. Well, if you have all the information, then you will change how you walk, talk, sing, and pray. Let's keep learning.
Can be made to grow. Old and feeble men can become young and stalwart, and the dead can be resurrected. This is the clues just keep adding up. This, if you're not realizing who this man is right now, who he is, he's the same person as the king. The palace is the biggest, the main palace. His palace is surrounded by the palaces. Right? So there's one big palace surrounded by many other palaces. Okay. So let me just read again what we just said here. It's so important to understand. He has the ability to use all of the forces of the earth. Okay. Electrical, obviously. Magnetic, yes. Kinetic, thermal.
Let's Look, right here. The palace itself is encircled by the palaces of the guru, who possesses all the visible and invisible forces of the earth, of inferno, and of the sky, and who can do everything for the life and the death of man. If our if our mad humankind, if our mad humankind should begin a war against them, they would what? Our mad humankind. He's letting you know that they're not the same as the humans. You see that? Ooh. Try it one more time. So they're letting you know that humans are not the same as them. Okay? That's why I keep trying to explain to you. There's human, men, and then there's mankind. Okay?
What else? All the elements, you say all the elemental properties, the ability, the flames of inferno, that's thermal, the chemical, sky, that's also chemical as well. And not only that, he also says that he can make trees, grasses, and bushes to grow. Well, that's not really uh, that shocking. But then he says, old and feeble men can be made young again. Well, and who does that sound like? And finally, thirdly,
Old and feeble men can be made young again. What is that? What is that? What is that? Old and feeble men can be made young and stalwart. What is that? Cloning. Cloning. And then they take their spirit and put in their old spirit and put it back into a dead one, into the new cloning. But they can't clone us. They can't clone us. They can only clone them. They can only clone them. They can't clone us. They can only clone the ones that came from these entities. But they cannot clone us human, what he says, humankind. There's a difference, y'all. There's a difference. There's mankind, and then there's humankind. They can't clone the humankind. They can only clone the mankind. I know it sounds crazy, what I'm telling you, what I'm showing you, but you'll see after if you keep studying, you'll see. You'll see.
thirdly, which is the most obvious clue, all this. In cars strange and unknown to us, they rush through the narrow cleavages inside our planet. Some Indian Brahmins, right, the priestly class of the Hindus, and Tibetan Dalai Lamas. So some Brahmins and Dalai Lamas during their laborious struggles to the peaks of mountains which no other human feet had trod have found there inscriptions carved on the rocks, writings on the rocks, footprints in the snow, and the tracks of wheels. Okay, so this is on the mountaintops of the Himalayas. The blissful Sakyamuni was this sage found on one mountain top found on one mountain top tablets of stone, carrying words which he only understood in his old age, and afterwards penetrated into the kingdom of Akarti, from which he brought back crumbs of the sacred learning preserved in his memory. There, in palaces of wonderful crystal, lived the invisible rulers of all pious people. What does that sound like, right? That's the hidden hand, right? Invisible government, right? Invisible government, the king of the world, or Raitma. So this is this title that he has in this language, in the language, Raitma, who can speak with God as I speak with you. So obviously, no mortal person can speak with God. So obviously, this is something that the king of the world, who is a fallen angel, able to do, right? I mean, angels speak with God all the time, right? Not surprising. And his two assistants, Mahitma, knowing the purposes of future events, and Mahenga, holding the causes of these events. So we know that at this point, I've shown that Rahitma, the king, is Jesus or Lucifer, that he is the primary ruler, the chief ruler, the chief commander, as Bob Dylan calls him. Mahitma probably is his brother. Mahinga is also probably his brother now. Now the New Testament books try to say that John is, it tries to say that the John and James are not his brothers, right? They try to say that they have no blood relations. They say that he was his cousin, right?
You want a cookie?
But they're just probably lying about that. So, yeah, I think John and James are his brothers for sure, and that they are also hybrids as well, hybrids of Queen Mother. So, in my opinion, I would say that Mahitma is either John or James, and Mahinga is also either John or James, right? They are his brothers. So obviously, he would he would use their advice like for things, as he gave them the most like respect, I guess. Like he really favored John and James. So I think that they would be his assistants, because he says that Mahikma and Mahina are his two assistants, and we know that John and James were very important when it came to like sharing the words that the Jesus had to say, right? So, anyways, that's just my theory. Although I can't really say for sure because there is no description of the two assistants. The holy Pandita study the world and all its forces. Sometimes the most learned among them collect together and send envoys to that place. So envoys, a diplomat, to that place where the human eyes have never penetrated. So, or that, what place is he talking about? Is he talking about Sheol?
Hold on. So I had to comment because of what you said about the rebellious, fallen, dark watchers' sinful work I've seen them myself. I ironically have firsthand knowledge about them in this. Okay. All right. I'm reading the comment.
Pantitas place their hands on their eyes and at the base of the brain of younger ones and force them into a deep sleep, wash their bodies with an infusion of grass, and make them immune to pain and harder than stones, wrap them in magic cloths, bind them in, and pray to the great God or the Most High God. Interesting.
He doesn't realize that there's a God in the New Testament that they are praying to, that they're talking to, that is the king of those gods, and then our God that is in the Tanakh. Our God is in the Tanakh. He's thinking this is all, there's all one, and it's not. And it's not. And so that's what people have to finally separate that mentally, that the God that is in the Tanakh, the God that is in the Tanakh, that is the God of Isaac, Abraham, and Jacob. It's not the great God that they pray to, that he just said, the great God that they pray to here. It's not the same. It's not the same. The Most High Yah says he only deals with the Israelites. He only comes to us, talk to us, and then we talk to y'all. He comes to us, and then we talk to y'all. He don't deal with these other people like this. He doesn't even listen to their prayer because they got blood on their hand. He's not going to listen to you if you got blood on your hand. So the Most High, we was just supposed to be a way for them to start walking right, talking right, and singing right. They're humans, but these ain't humans. You think they finna get in and have a conversation with the Most High? No. How do we know? This is why they don't want you to read the book of Enoch. In the book of Enoch, what happened? When the fallen angels did everything they did, then they changed their mind, and then they wanted to go back up there and serve the Most High Yah in truth and in light and do it right. What did they have to do? They had to go to Enoch and ask Enoch to talk to the Most High Yah, because Most High Yah had cut the communication off from these angels. They cannot talk to Yah. Jesus Christos, whatever you want to call him, Buddha, whatever name you call him, he cannot talk to the creator Yah. He's not talking to creator Yah. He's talking to his pappy, Lucifer. He's just Lucifer Jr. He is not talking to the Most High Yah, the creator of the heavens and earth. He can't. This is why they don't want you to read this book. He had to go to those angels, those watchers, those fallen watchers had to go to Enoch and ask Enoch to talk to the Most High Yah for them, because the Most High Yah only deal with righteousness. If you ain't righteous, he don't talk to you anymore. Look at Saul. At first, he was talking to Saul, having a conversation with Saul, doing all this with Saul, and then when Saul went over there and started doing in his mind, he didn't even get a chance to do it yet. In his mind, he mentally thought, I'm going to do some I'm going to do some animal sacrifice. The Most High Yah cut him off. He shut off the communication. And so then after that, Saul had to go to a witch and ask the witch to call Samuel. Once you screw up, the Most High Yah don't talk to you no more. They done screwed up. They done came down here, done had kids with people, all this kind of stuff. They got Prince set up over all the nations. Y'all, there's something else and I was about to tell you and it just left me that quick. Principalities and the principalities and something else. I can't think of the other word. Those are these angels' children. And that's who we're warring against. You know what I prayed last year that the Most High Yah, I started praying last year and I had it written down, the prayer that the Most High Yah would loosen the binds of, I can't think of the name of this deity. I asked him, I started asking him the beginning of last year, could he loosen the binding of this deity? Please loosen it so we can see better. And then after this, everybody started seeing better because I begged him, can you please just loosen the binding of this deity? I started praying about it. And so he started loosening it up because the Most High Yah says that we are under them. Why? Because we chose this. We did this to ourselves. Don't blame Yah. We did it. We are the ones start falling in their ways. We are the ones start doing what they're doing. We are the ones start talking like they're doing. We did it. Y'all didn't do it. He lets you choose for yourself what you want to do. We made this decision, and now we got to get ourselves out of it by asking the Most High Yah to remove them. If enough of us wants this removed, it will end. All this will end. And we're at the end of it. This is the time of mercy. Take it while we got it. Start serving him. Start following laws, statutes, commandments. Take this while you have this opportunity. Because it's short. The time is short. So let me, okay, so what I was finna say, so these the strongholds, that's the word I was looking for. The strongholds and the principalities, they have a tie around what we can see. You have to ask the Most High Yah to take it off of you so you can see. But we agree to allow them to have that stronghold. You either want to have the stronghold of the Most High Yah, or you're going to have the stronghold of these entities. There's no other choices. You think you can just live free and just do what you want? That ain't how it works. There's laws. The laws were created before the world was created, before the foundations of the earth was created. Laws were created. And if you choose not to follow the law, you automatically choose that to be blinded, to be bound, asked to be loosed. But you are the one who allowed yourself to be bound into slavery. You did it. You point the finger at yourself. Point the finger at yourself. Because they couldn't have done nothing. They can't do nothing without us agreeing to it. The Most High, y'all can't do nothing for us without us agreeing to it. And they can't do nothing without us agreeing to it. That's the rule. You got to know the laws. If you know the laws, then you will understand why everything is happening. This is why you need to get in there and learn. The laws are not done away with. You cannot do away with the law. If you do away with the law, you will cease to exist. The law is why everything is here. Do y'all get this now? For them to tell you that the law was done away with, you chose not to do the law. The law is here. You did that. And I'm pointing the finger at all human beings. Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Israelites alike. Edomites, whatever you want to call yourself. With every tribe you came from. We chose to not follow the law and then start going after these deities. And then you were sitting here crying. Did you hear that? Now you're sitting out here crying. You're crying out. Y'all can't stand it no more. The children are suffering. The land is suffering. The world is suffering. The earth is suffering. Why? Because they're wicked. They're wicked. The Most High Yah says that they are what? He said that the Most High Yah told Isaiah that the king of Babylon, your offspring are evil. I'm reading it right here. Let me highlight it for you so you won't think I'm just trying to add to and take away. It's Isaiah chapter 14, go down to, in this book, verse 20. The Most High Yah says, the king of Babylon, your offspring is evil. And so you are under them. The Most High, that's why the Most High Yah said that every thought is evil. Everything they do is evil. All of this is evil. It's evil, it's evil, it's evil. And you cannot trust them. Y'all trying to get justice from someone who was born evil. You got to know who you're dealing with. Everybody that's walking around is not human. They are mankind. They kind of us, but they ain't all the way us because they mix with the fallen angels. They kind of us. But everything in them is evil because they don't have a soul. They have a spirit. They don't have a soul. Everything you see, that's why y'all see people, you call them malignant narcissists, because those people have no soul. Those are these people's children. That's why they're malignant narcissists. And they come in all shades and all everything, because I just told you in the book, Ham went down there, a group of Ham's children went down there to live with them. So they come in all shades and colors, and they're coming from all groups. Even some of our people did it. Japhet kids did it. Some of our kids did it for power. Shem's, the Assyrians, that's us. Moabites, that's us. Ammonites, that's us. Amalekites, that's us. That's Shem. Okay? So don't just blame Ham. Don't just blame Japhet. Our people did it too. But we have to wake up and smell the coffee and the green tea, whatever it is you drink, the orange juice, whatever you drink, and realize we have a choice to make now. We have to go and say, look, I do not no longer want to be bound by these evil, wicked people anymore. I want to follow your laws. I want to follow your statutes, and I want to follow your commandments. That's what this is all about. And then the Most High Yah will get them off of earth and get them, it will end. That's why I keep telling you, I want them off of earth. You think I'm being mean. Because I don't want them to go to another country and do this to somebody else. I don't want them to go to another country and do this to Ham's children. I don't want them to go to another country and do this to Japheth's children. I want them off earth. Because if they go off earth, all of this will stop. Do you see why I say that now? Y'all know y'all thinking I'm mean, she mean. You want them off earth. You need to not want them here. You need to not want to mingle with them. When you don't want them here, when enough of us don't want them here, the Most High Yah will make them go away. The reason they're still here, because we're trying to be every people, we're going to get together, we're going to live with them. You cannot live with these evil offspring. They will not be fair. They were born wicked, they were born out, so they don't know how to. And the only way for us to live in peace, live in harmony, and get along, all of us to get along, they got to go. You gotta want them to go. They're here because y'all still want them here. Point the finger at yourself. Well, I don't like what they're doing. I'm saying I don't like them. You do like what they're doing, or they wouldn't keep getting away with it. Why not you falling down on your knees and screaming out like I do all the time, and be like praying, I want them off earth. Send them wherever you're going to send them. I don't care. I want them off. And until you want that deep down in your heart, in your mind, whichever one you want to call it, this is going to continue. You want to be around this wickedness. Why? Why do you want to be around this wickedness? Let's keep learning.
They place their hands on their eyes, the base of the brain. So I would assume that's like the forehead area, right? How do you force somebody into a deep sleep with your hands? Obviously, there's some kind of magical ability. Yeah, that's what I would assume, anyways. The petrified youths lie with eyes and ears open and alert, seeing, hearing, and remembering everything. The petrified youths, so their bodies are literally frozen in place, but their eyes and ears are still functioning, as they would regularly. It's like their physical, senses are completely nullified. They become null to pain, but their eyes and ears are used. Their eyes and ears are amplified, so their sense of sight and hearing is amplified. Hearing and remembering everything. And so it's as if these panditas gave them extra sensory perception or something, like heightened perception or awareness. That's what it sounds like to me, anyways. Afterwards, a guru approaches and fastens a long, steady gaze upon them. Very slowly, the bodies lift themselves from the earth and disappear. Bodies float from the earth and literally just disappear, but the souls aren't affected, though. Interesting. That's how is he doing this? How's the guru doing this? The guru sits and stares with fixed eyes to the place whither he has sent them. Invisible threads join them to his will. Okay, so I think
Go this way, so we go
I
better.
think this is the part where I like to, because I don't want to keep, I don't want to be stuck on the same thing. So, the next chapter is 57.
He's talking about cloning.
The king of the world before the face of God, the Most High. So this is where things get really,
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Really juicy, right? Really wild. And I think, the language that's used here makes it more legitimate, because you can't really find descriptions like this in any other book. Sure, not even like the previous books that were written about Agartha, and then before this.
Exactly, son of Elohim, you're right.
I tried to find an explanation of this legend about the king of the world. Of course, the living Buddha could tell me most of all, and so I endeavored to get the story from him.
All right, let's go potty.
And so that's the Dalai Lama. In a conversation with him, I mentioned the name of the king of the world. The old pontiff, which is this title, sharply turned his head toward me and fixed upon me his immobile, blind eyes. Unwillingly, I became silent. Our silence was a long one, and after it, the pontiff continued the conversation in such a way that I understood he did not wish to accept the suggestion of my reference. It's like the Dalai Lama doesn't want people to know about this outside of his circle. Right? That's why it's called the mystery of mysteries, right? You're not supposed to know about it. So it's like he is the middleman, the chief gatekeeper of his actual identity. While everybody else is given this false mythical personality of a person that's not uh, historical, the real personality, which is the actual person, the actual identity, not this false name, is a completely different person. It's a completely different uh, story than what we've been told, right? This is why the New Testament books are not reliable when it comes to like knowing the actual intentions of this person, right? Because they try to hide his intentions and sugarcoat it on the faces of the elders present. I noticed expressions of astonishment and fear produced by my words. So everybody is so afraid of talking about them. It's like a taboo. They're afraid of talking about him, about the king. And especially was this true of the custodian of the library of the Bogdo Khan, right, or the ruler of Mongolia at the time. One can readily understand that all this only made me the more anxious to press the pursuit. As I was leaving the study of the Bogdo Tutku, I met the librarian who had stepped out ahead of me and asked him if he would show me the library of the living Buddha and used a very simple slide trick with him. So he tries to manipulate him into like giving him more information, and it actually works. Do you know, my dear Lama, I said, once I rode in the plane at the hour when the king of the world spoke with God, and I felt the impressive majesty of this moment. To my astonishment, the old Lama very quietly answered me, it is not right that the Buddhist and our yellow faith should conceal it. That's literally what he says. The Lama is somehow just all of a sudden he has a change of mind and wants to tell him everything now. The acknowledgement of the existence of the most holy and most powerful man, right? Who does that sound like, right? I mean, come on, we've all heard this before. Of the blissful kingdom of the great temple of sacred science is such a consolation to our sinful hearts and our corrupt lives that to conceal it from humankind is a sin. So he regrets being a gatekeeper of this kingdom, of this underground secret, and he doesn't agree with the fact that all these Buddhist lamas, these priests, want to hide the real identity of Jesus, right? Well, listen, he continued. Throughout the whole year, the king of the world guides the work of the Panditas and gurus of Agartha. Only at times he goes to the temple cave where the embalmed body of his predecessor lies in a black stone coffin. So who would the predecessor be? Was there a previous king of the world? Like, have there been two of them, not just one? It's an interesting choice of words. This cave is always dark, but when the king of the world enters it, the walls are streaked with fire, and from the lid of the coffin appear tongues of flame. That sounds very eerie, but how does the coffin suddenly become covered in flames, right? It's some kind of ability that Jesus has, right? Tongues of flame. And remember, fire and flames are associated with the sun, right? That's why he's called the morning star. The eldest Goro stands before him, with covered head and face, and with hands folded across his chest. So the oldest guru priest stands before him in the cave. This guru never removes the covering from his face, for his head is a nude skull with living eyes and a tongue that speaks. What is a nude skull? Is this skull like popping out of his head? I don't think that's what he's saying here. I think he's saying that his head is transparent.
Why do ya they remember The issue is we're not supposed to cut our hair. We're not supposed to shave our head off. Shave our hair. We're not supposed to do that. We're not supposed to be cutting our hair. That's a law. He says, the Most High Yah says, do not mar, do not cut your hair like that. Why? Because they shave their hair bald, because Jesus is truly bald. He's bald. Skinheads, what do they do? Shave their head bald, tattoo. These other people things, they tell you to cut your hair, and cut your hair, cut your hair. Why? They tell you to cut your hair so you can be like this dude. That's why I keep saying, don't cut your hair. Don't cut your hair. The Most High Yah, this is sacred. Do not cut your hair. This is why I took the Nazarite vow, and I took it forever. This I learned. When you learn, you will see. When you will see why we're supposed to be doing things a certain way. So, let me see what else. There was something else about that I caught, but now my brain won't let me remember. I'll remember in a minute.
And living eyes, like, I mean, living eyes is so big. Could mean like anything. Really, but for his head is a nude skull with living eyes and a tongue that speaks. I think it means like his eyes are so sharp, like it's like hyper aware of everything around him, like an extra sensory perception kind of thing. All of these gurus sound like they have, extra abilities, right? Extra sensory abilities. He is in communion with the souls of all who have gone before. Because the reason why I say that is because earlier it says that they forced like some of the adherents, some of the believers in their kingdom, like they put them in a deep sleep, like completely paralyzed their bodies.
What did the Most High Yah say? There's some who have there's people who have eyes, but they cannot see. There's people who have ears, but they cannot hear. Why? Because you are being put into a deep sleep by these entities. Let me find that verse.
Ears became like extra aware of everything. So it's like their bodies became dull, but their senses became sharper. That's why I say that they all have extrasensory abilities, the gurus. So then the Lama continues. The king of the world prays for a long time and afterwards approaches the coffin and stretches out his hand. The flames thereon burn brighter. The stripes of fire on the walls disappear and revive, interlace and form mysterious signs in the alphabet Vatanen, which is the language that they allegedly speak in the kingdom, right? Vatanen, not saying it's true. So the fact that the flames become brighter.
So
and
Jeremiah says, hear now, O foolish people, without understanding. You have eyes, but you do not see. You have ears, but do not hear. In Isaiah 43:8, it says, bring out the blind, the people who have eyes, and the deaf who have ears. Then it says, Ezekiel 12:2, Son of man, you dwell in the midst of a rebellious house. We dwell in the midst of a rebellious house, which has eyes to see, but do not see, and ears to hear, but do not hear, for they are a rebellious house. Isaiah 42:20. You see many things, but you will not observe. Your ears are open, but you do not hear. Because the truth is right in front of our eyes. But we are being blinded by these rebellious entities. The rebellious house is the rebellious entities that are on the earth. You're listening to them. And because you're listening to them, you cannot see. Do you know every day? I keep telling y'all this over and over again. I keep telling you this for a reason. I pray that the Most High Yah empty me out of the ways of this world so I can see, because they're constantly throwing stuff. They're constantly throwing stuff at us. When you figure out one thing they're throwing at you, they throw something else. So I'm constantly having to do it. The Most High Yah just opened my eyes just 2 days ago about something that I was doing, that they got me doing, that was causing me to be sick. But I didn't realize that I couldn't see it was me that was doing it. I kept thinking somebody must be. It was me. It was me. I had to stop doing it. I need to know. You need to know what food you're eating. You need to ask him and show you. Because once I stop, I feel better. I've been sick and sick and sick, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. It was me, because I was doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing. Can you hear that? Because they have us blinded. They have a strong hold on this earth. In order for us to see the Most High Yah, you got to go to Abba Yah, and he will take the blinders off. But you got to want Yah to do it. You got to want to serve him. You got to love him with all your heart and all soul. You got to want this bad. See, this is why David was so loved by the Most High Yah. Everybody is always pointing their finger at David. David made mistakes. We all made mistakes. But the thing that David wanted so bad is to be found righteous in the eyes of the Most High Yah. And the only way he could be found righteous in the Most High Yah is to look at himself and see where he was going wrong, and so he can fix it, so he can stay righteous in the eyes of the Most High Yah. So you need to go and look at yourself, just like I'm constantly having to do it every day, praying for the Most High Yah to empty me out of the ways of this world, so I can stop being fooled by these wicked entities. And then when you get to a certain point, you're gonna want them gone. And you're not gonna want them to be in another country. You're not gonna want to be them around other people, because you're gonna know that they're going to bind the minds of everybody. And you shouldn't want them to bind the minds of people. You should want. And that's what we were making a mistake at before. We thought we could live with them. We thought we can live in harmony with them. We thought we can be around them. That's what we thought. We thought we can change them. We thought we can convert them to being like us, and they can't be converted because they're not human beings. They are mankind. They don't have a soul. Do you get what I'm trying to show y'all today? So you can start praying right. That's why I keep telling y'all don't know how to pray. Because you are praying that the Most High Yah will change them and make them better. And see that if they follow the law, they'll be fine. No, you cannot change who they are and the makeup of who they are. You cannot. This is why the Most High Yah says in the scripture, I'm going to deal with them. He says it over and over again, I'm going to deal with them for what they did. He said, and they make you think, shalom, shalom, kings and queens, how you doing? They make you think that they can be saved. They pretend like they have a soul. Because as long as we don't pray them off of earth, they get to stay here. We got to want them gone. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Do you get why I pray the way I pray now? I told you will change how you pray. You will change how you talk. You will change it once you know the truth, once you see it. Can anybody see this? Do you get what I'm trying to show y'all? Can y'all see it? If you can, please put a yes in the chat. Can you see what I found out months ago? That's why I say if you knew what I knew, you will walk different, you will talk different, you will pray different. You cannot save something that doesn't have a soul. You can't save it. And that's where we were making our mistake. We was trying to save mankind when we should have just been dealing with humankind. We should have been trying to lead the humankind back to Yah and live the mankind until the Most High Yah, we want them off earth. We want their wickedness off earth. We don't want them here. We want them gone. We want them disappeared. See, when they go, then the Most High Yah shows up back on earth. Then the Most High, everything gets set up the way it's supposed to do. The earth will be at peace. Yes, they're going to still be death. Yes, there's still going to be things, but it's not going to be like it is now, where we have the binding of our eyes and our ears. It will be gone. We will be able to see everything for what it truly is. Are you ready for that? Are you ready for that? Because I am. I don't want these entities, these mankind, and these principalities, and these whatever y'all want to call them, fallen angels, kids, and their fallen angels and their babies on earth anymore. So we can get back to what it was supposed to be in the beginning. Basically, we'll be starting over at day one, what the paradise was supposed to be. Are you ready? So I want to walk in the cool of the day with the Most High. I want to be with him. I want him back on earth with us. But in order for that to happen, they got to go. These got to go. Why do y'all want them here? They have no heart, no soul. They don't care about the law. They're rebellious. They're the angels that rebel. That's why he says it's a rebellious kind. It's a rebellious house. This is what this is all about. Then they tell you, don't read the book of Enoch. Don't read the book of Enoch. And then if you put everything together, that is the history. That's not the Torah. That is history. But you need to know history to know what we need to be doing next. They simplified history when history is not as simple as you think it is. They hid themselves in plain sight. Why would you be looking for them if you don't know about them? Why would you be looking for it? Then why would you pray against it if you don't even looking for them? Can you see it now? I hope that you can. I hope that this has opened your eyes, or at least give you something to contemplate about, at least give you something to go to the Most High Yah and ask, is she telling the truth? At least do that. At least do that. The Most High Yah says, if you ask him, he will tell it to you. But you got to do it with a sincere heart, and you got to want to know the truth. And then when he tell you the truth, you got to accept it. The red pill or the blue pill? Are you ready? Because I'm tired of this. I'm tired. Are y'all? Let me read these verses again. Jeremiah 5:21. So y'all can go back and study it. Oh, hear now, oh foolish people, and without understanding, you have eyes, but you see not. You have ears, but you hear not. Isaiah 43:8. Bring out the blind people who have eyes, and deaf ones who have ears. Listen to what the Most High Yah is saying. Ezekiel 12:2. Son of man. Son of man means you're a human. Go look up the word son of man. He differentiates between mankind and son of man. When he's saying son of man, you came from Adam. When he's saying mankind, you came from them. Now, the Most High Yah says, son of man, you dwell in the midst of a rebellious house. Who is the rebellious house? We dwell in the midst of a rebellious house. Who is the first ones who rebelled? Who is he talking about? Who is the creator Yah talking about? We dwell in the midst of them. We live right in the middle of them. We are living. The Most High Yah said, I'm going to spread you the four corners of the earth and the other nations. We live in it. We live amongst these demon, evil seed of the king of Babylon. That's the rebellious house he's talking about. See, y'all thinking that this is talking about the house of Israel. Y'all thinking that this is talking about the house of Judah. No, he's talking about the mankind, the princes, the heavenly princes and their children. We're living amongst them. And you're trying to save them, and they cannot be saved. The Most High Yah said he sent them down here so they can die like men. That means he gave them human bodies. And what are they doing? Whenever they get to the old age and they get ready to die, what do? They go clone another one, and then they jump that spirit, not their soul, into it. Humans cannot do that. They can. Then it says this. Remember the movie with Denzel Washington? Remember the spirit said he almost died. Because he almost didn't go into another vessel. As long as they're able to get themselves into a new vessel, they will stay. But the Most High Yah's going to put an end to that. But we have to want an end to that. There was a Azazel in the movie, and his name was Azazel. There's Azazel. Go read about Azazel. Azazel is talked about throughout the book of Enoch, throughout the book of Abraham. Azazel is talked about. Azazel was the leader. Look it up. They'll tell you that the angel over the Israelites is Michael. Guess who the angels over the Christians is? Samael. Samael is the angels over the angel over the Christian. Well, if you go in the book of Enoch, you'll find out that Samael was one of the leaders that fell. And they don't even know it because they don't want to read the book of Enoch. They will tell you that Samael is their leader, their protector of the Christians. If you knew what I knew, and they don't even realize that they're doing it, because the Most High Yah says what? You, Isaiah 42 and 20, you see many things, but you will not observe. Your ears are open, but you do not hear. They cannot even hear what they're saying. They cannot hear it. They don't get it. They don't get it. You see, now that my eyes are open to the truth, I see it. And it's so much simpler than it is complicated. It became complicated because they started hiding it in plain view. That's why the name of this video. The truth. It's just the truth hidden in plain view. It's right in front of your eyes. And they tell you, you just got to seek it. You got to want the truth, and then you got to want to accept the truth.
And there's stripes of fire on the walls that just keep shifting and all these different motions. It's a clear sign of
I'm not
who
going
this person
anywhere.
actually is. He's not just anybody. He is him, right? He is Jesus, Jesus, or Lucifer. Right? Only a man like him could have all these abilities and stuff. From the coffin trends, uh, there's this big black splotch here that's covering this word. So I don't know what that says, but there is a noticeable light that begins to flow from the coffin. These are the thoughts of his predecessor. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that weird? A beacon of light shines from the coffin of his predecessor. I'm assuming he was king, or like his angel granddaddy, his granddad, his angel granddad. I mean, they did have children, so that's what I would assume. These are the thoughts of his predecessor. Soon the king of the world stands surrounded by an aureole of this light, and fiery letters write and write upon the walls and the wishes and orders of God. Surrounded by an aureole of the light that's coming from the coffin. It has to be an angel inside a coffin. There's no way. I mean, how does a shining light come out from a coffin, flaming fire, bright flames of fire coming from the coffin, and fiery letters? Yeah, that has to be an angel for sure. That's the predecessor. At this moment, the king of the world is in contact with the thoughts of all the men who influence the lot in life of all humankind. See that? He knows all the thoughts of of the all of the leaders, all the king's men, all of the politicians. Again, where have we heard that before? All right. Chapter 9, knowing their thoughts. Knowing their thoughts. Telepathy, right? Where he's healing the paralyzed man. Knowing their thoughts. How do you know somebody's thoughts, right? This isn't power that he got from the creator. This is powers that he got from that he got from Beelzebub. And also because he's a hybrid angel, of course he's going to be born special. Why do you entertain evil thoughts in your hearts? Yeah, how does he know what their heart's intentions are? See that? And if you go back here, he is in contact with all the thoughts of all the men, with kings, czars, khans, warlike leaders, war chiefs, high priests, scientists, and other strong men. It's basically every important person, right? He realizes all their
Okay, do you see
thoughts.
that? So he's in contact with what? The king of the world is in contact with all the thoughts of all the men who influence the lot and the life of the humankind. Hold on, let me turn that up real quick. Do you see that? So listen to this. Look at this. The king of the world, Jesus Christos, aka Lucifer. AKA Lucifer is what? In contact with all the thoughts of all the men who influence, all of mankind who influence the lot and the life of humankind. You see that? Can you see that? Now, He is in contact with all of the kings. And what the Most High Yah says in Daniel and says in Isaiah, the king of Babylon, the king of Persia, and the king of Greece, that they were heavenly people. They are heavenly people. They are heavenly people. They are angels. They're angels. Listen. Now, the king of the world, Jesus Christos, who is in charge of all of this bullshit, he is in king. He is with what? The kings, the czars, the khans, the warlike leaders, the high priest, the scientists, and the strong men. He realizes all their thoughts. Why? Because he is the one who brings all the thoughts. He is in control of them. He is the one that sent them because they package. And we're not, the humankind are not like them. They only influence us. Do you get it now? But they're not us. They influence us. But we have to come out of that and stop being influenced by them and start letting the law lead us. Because when you let the law lead us, you will stop doing things. They lose their power when we start doing the laws, the statutes, the commandments of the Creator, Yah. Y'all get what I'm trying to show y'all now? And then they lose their power. They have that power right now of influence on our lot and our life because we are allowing it. We have the power to say no.
He realizes all their thoughts and plans. Go back to Matthew. Knowing their thoughts. Why do you entertain evil thoughts in your hearts? And then can't forget the other verses. Matthew 12. He says it again, knowing 25. So 25. He knew their thoughts. Jesus knew their thoughts and said to them, right? Telepathy. Every kingdom divided against itself will be ruined. Every city or household divided against itself will not stand. So he knew their thoughts, just like it says in previous book. And of course, this is where it is exposed that he gets his powers from Beelzebub, right? But he tries to like sugarcoat and say, "Oh no, that's not where I got my powers from. No, you guys have it all wrong. No, you guys don't know what you're talking about. My powers are only good. I'm a good person. My powers are innocent." All right, that's what he tries to sugarcoat. Anyways, so again, if I go back here, he realizes all their thoughts. Jesus knew their thoughts. Hey, but that's not all. It's not even all the verses. So Mark 2. Immediately Jesus knew in his spirit that this is what. Immediately Jesus knew in his spirit that this is what they were thinking in their hearts. Again, how? Telepathy, telepathy. And he said to them, "Why are you thinking these things?" So you literally cannot lie to his face. Like he will expose you before you even realize that you are lying to him. All right, next, Luke 5. What does he say again? Hold on. So again, literally says the same exact thing. Jesus knew what they were thinking and asked, why are you thinking these things in your hearts? Again, I thought thoughts were formed in the brain.
Thank
And
you. Our
that's what
heart
we were all
is our
programmed to
brain.
believe, but thoughts are not formed in the brain.
Our hearts
They're
are our
formed in
brain.
the heart. Then the thoughts are become crystallized through neural pathways. Neural pathways transform those thoughts into sounds, which are expressed through the voice box, right? The trachea. So basically from the heart, through the neural pathways, through the nerve cells that lead from the heart to the throat, to the brain, right? Anyways, he knew what they were thinking. Immediately, he knew in his spirit what they were thinking. He realizes he knew their heart. He knew the thoughts in their hearts. Right? You see this over and over again. And of course, John 6. Obviously, these aren't like all of the verses. I'm sure there's a lot more of these. Anyways, these are just the most like notable ones to me, right? Hold on. 64. For Jesus had known from the beginning which of them did not believe and who would betray him. How did he know who was a traitor and who wasn't? How did he know everybody's intentions? How did he know? Man, this is why,
And so the word betray means to expose. It means to expose. So how betray actually means expose, y'all. But they turned it into a bad word. It means to expose the person for who they are. So Judas was exposing him. And that's why they unalived him the way they did. They hung him and then cut his guts open because he exposed him for who he was exposing him for who he really was. The original word that says he says, I know who you are. You're the child of Barbello. Where did I get that from? See, studying. Judas says you're Barbello's child. Not the Israelites, child, not the Israelites God child. You're the child of Barbello. And then that's when he unalived them. Then he went and told who he was. See, they knew who he was. See, when they went and said he Barbello, back then they knew who Barbello was, aka Elion. Elion. They knew who that was. Us now don't know who it is because the history is hid from us who Barbello was, aka Buddha is, aka what's the other one name? Allah. They all the same. They Jesus Christos. AKA, what's the one that came down to South America? What was his name? Quetzalcoatl, something like that. Jesus Christos. Quetzalcoatl, I think that's his name. If you go throughout history, the one who came over to supposed to be in America, that what's that dude name? Smith. The Smith guy said that came over and talked to him, and the angel came and talked to him. This is Jesus Christos. What's the Smith guy that did the Mormon? I can't never think of that dude's name. But yeah, once I did all my research and started going back and reading all the things and looking at all the stuff, I'm like, this is the same entity, just got different names, which is also y'all Jesus Christ. Some of y'all call him Yahweh Shai. Some of y'all call him Yahushua. Same entity. The Most High Yah is our only Savior. So you cannot say he Yahushua. You can't say this entity is Yahushua because the Most High Yah is the only Savior. He's one. He's not three. He's one. That's why he keeps saying, I am one. I am one. He knows the lies that was going to be told to us. If you go in here and read it, he refutes all the lies that they told us. They say he three, and he keeps saying, I'm one. Thank you. Then they keep saying that he got a woman pregnant. He kept saying no. No, I didn't. Then he keeps saying that he's our only begotten son. And then he goes and says, the only begotten son I got is Israel. Then they go over and say, he goes over in the New Testament, I came down as a man, and that's how y'all tells you over in that book, I ain't never been a man. Everything that they say in that book about him, he goes and says, I did not do it. Joshua 8:29. And the king of Ai, he hang on a tree until evening time. I wonder why the king. Let me read that because I don't remember that one. No, hold on. I don't skip over information, Joshua. What I do with my glasses? 8 and 9. Because even though I read something, sometimes I don't catch it, and then I'll be like, "Wait a minute! This is why he said that. This is why he said that." Hold on, let me get my glasses real quick. It's something else I caught last night when I was when I was going over this book, when I was sitting reading this book. But I can't remember it, and maybe it's not for me to remember right now. So you says Joshua 8:29. And my eyes focus. Glad when we get our new bodies. And when Joshua and Israel saw the ambush party had conquered the city, and that smoke of the city was ascended. Yeah, I'm baking some fish. They turned back and struck the men of Ai. The ambush party went towards them from the city. So it was that they were in the midst of the Israelite forces, some on this side and some on that side. And they struck them down until they did not leave them a remnant or survivor. They captured the king of Ai alive and brought him to Joshua. And it was when Israel finished slaying all the inhabitants of Ai in the field, in the wilderness where they had chased them, and they had all fallen by the edge of the sword until their annihilation, that all the Israelites returned to Ai and smote it by the edge of the sword, which we're supposed to do all the time. All who fell on that day, both men and women, were 12,000, all the people of Ai. And Joshua did not withdraw his hand that he had stretched out with the spear. And oh my goodness. until he had destroyed all the inhabitants of Ai. Only the animals and the booty of that city Israel took as spoils for themselves, according to the words of the Most High Yah, which he had commanded Joshua. Joshua burned Ai and made it a mound forever, a wasteland until this day. He hanged the king of Ai on the gallows until the time of the evening. And when the sun went down, Joshua commanded, and they lowered his corpse. Oh my goodness, that's Jesus. The king of Ai. Oh my goodness, that's why they don't talk about the city of Ai. And they do talk about the city of Ai in the book of Jasher. Now I got to go back and read it again. And they threw it down at the entrance of the city's gates and piled a great heap of stones on him until that day. Oh my goodness! Just like Jesus in the New Testament. The king of Ai was Jesus Christos, y'all. Ai, artificial intelligence. Woo! Thank you, Jay Myers. Thank you for that, Jay Myers, because that didn't register with me until just now. I told you, I'm always learning with y'all. I ain't sitting here, no, I don't know everything. Oh, y'all, I'm about to do this Tootsie Roll. Oh, that's Jesus right here. I keep telling y'all Jesus in this book, but not the way y'all think he is. He the bad guy in the book. Then he comes along again, becomes the king of Babylon. And then his understudies, the king of Persia and the king of Greece. The three of them hanging on the cross, the three of them hanging that day. The three of them hanging. Oh, I just got that. Oh, I just got that. Oh, I just got that. I just got that. King of Greece, king of Babylon, king of Persia. The same three hanging on on the cross on that day of his. Oh my God, I just got that. Oh my goodness. I told you, I be learning with y'all. This is why I keep reading it again and again and again and again. It's right there in front of our eyes. I learned something today with y'all too. Woo! King of Ai. Joshua unalived him that day. And he came back as the king of Babylon. Because we just learned here that they can, he said, I can make all men and renew them. And this is the same thing that happened in the New Testament. What happened right here. Thank you for that, Jay. Thank you for that, Jay Myers. Thank you for that, Jay Myers. I told you we need each other. We need each other because I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that. Ooh, and I don't take them when the Most High Yah tells me to go and somebody sends me something. I don't deny it. I go and I check. And that's what y'all need to be doing. Whenever I tell you something, you go check behind me. Ooh, I ain't here to lead y'all down the wrong road. I'm here to open y'all eyes. Open up y'all eyes. Open up y'all eyes to the truth what's going on right in front of y'all. Woo! Come on, let's keep learning. Let's keep learning together. Let's catch some more stuff. Let's catch some more stuff. King of Ai. Jesus Christos. This is why the Most High Yah wanted. This is why he told us to go back over into our land and destroy them. And then they're like, he destroying. They these people. They're these people. That's why he's telling us to do this. And that's why when they came to check, they were giants. Why were they giants? Why did they go over into the land of Canaan and they was giants? Because they were Nephilim. They Nephilim. Woo! And then Joshua built an altar to the Most High Yah, the God of Israel, on Mount Ebal, as Moses, the servant of the Most High Yah, had commanded the children of Israel, as it is written in the book of the Torah of Moses. And the altar of the whole stone upon which no one had lifted up an iron, and they had brought elevation offering to the Most High Yah upon it. And now they adding to y'all. They adding to. We ain't supposed to be doing no slaughtering. We don't do no slaughtering around here. We don't do that around here. They ate dinner. Stop adding saying that. They just sat down and ate dinner and gave thanks to the Most High God. They ain't doing no slaughtering. And now they need to stop adding that line now. We don't do that around here. We Israelites. We don't go around slaughtering little animals and then worshiping around them. We don't do that around here. Remember the wicked pen of the scribe.
There's so much disinformation surrounding right the trachea. So basically from the heart through the neural pathways, through the nerve cells that lead from the heart to the throat, to the brain, right? Anyways, he knew what they were thinking. Immediately, he knew in the spirit what they were thinking. He realizes he knew their heart. He knew the thoughts in their hearts. Right? You see this over and over again. And of course, John 6. Obviously, these aren't like all the versions. I'm sure there's a lot more of these. Anyways, these are just the most like notable ones to me, right? Hold on. 64. For Jesus had known from the beginning which of them did not believe and who would betray him. How did he know who was a traitor and who wasn't? How did he know everybody's intentions? How did he know? Man, this is why, there's so much disinformation surrounding this man. Everybody wants to tell you their version of the story, right? Everybody wants to tell you their version of the story that they keep repeating from these books, from their parents, from their pastors and priests, etc. Right? I don't care about any of all of that. I don't care about I don't care what everybody else is trying to say about him. Okay, like who cares what Christians say? They don't even know that this man is not who he says he is. They don't know that he's Lucifer. They don't. pleasing for God.
I'm still here, y'all. They try to shut it down.
Help them. If they are unpleasant in the sight of God, the king will bring them to destruction. So, I'm not exactly sure what the truth of this statement is, but I'm just disregard that because his agenda is completely different from the Creator's agenda. This power is given to Agartha by the mysterious science of Om. I thought this was just a word, right? Turns out it's actually they call it science. This frequency called Om, with which we begin all our prayers. So yeah, things will just keep getting more interesting. After his conversation with his predecessor, the king of the world assembles the great council of God. Is this the great council of the Most High?
No.
That's just what the Lama is telling you. And these Lamas know a lot more about this topic than us Westerners do. Judges the actions and thoughts of great men, helps them or destroys them. Mahima and Mahinga, his assistants, find a place for these actions and thoughts and causes ruling the world. It seems to me they also have magical abilities as well. Okay, similar to the ones that the king has. Afterwards, the king of the world enters the great temple and prays in solitude. Fire appears on the altar, gradually spreading to all the altars near, and through the burning flame gradually appears the face of God. This is also very interesting. Of course, he can directly communicate with the Most High, right? Obviously, the Most High knows all his thoughts because the Most High knew exactly what that he was going to be. He was going to be made king by Beelzebub, right? So obviously, it's not surprising that he says that they are constantly communicating back and forth. So like
the Most High y'all is not communicating with him. Let's ooh. The Most High y'all is not communicating with him. Remember, y'all. Oh my goodness. I just got that. So you can on John 10:10. The thief comes not, but for to steal, kill, and destroy. The knowledge of the tree of good and evil. The same exact thing. And I read something out. I read another, there's another version of John. And there's another version of John, y'all. There's another book of John that says that Jesus was the one in the garden that gave them, that told them about the good and evil. Jesus said it was him. Jesus said it was him in this book. And they took it out. I am the one that I am come that they might have life, that they might have it abundantly. Knowledge of the tree of life. Thank you, son of Elohim. Thank you all the way from the UK. Thank you for that. Exactly. So we can know good and evil. The Most High Yah never wanted us to know evil. He only wanted us to know the good. And that's why when we get into the new covenant, y'all, we ain't in the new covenant yet. The new covenant is when he placed the law in our heart and we will not be able to sin anymore. And as long as you don't sin, you live. He says, when we stop sinning, we will live as old as trees. I found the oldest tree I found was 5,000 years old. But because we know sin, we die sooner. Now old age is what, 70? When back then they was living to be what, 900 years old? But I wanted to show you this real quick. Thank you for all for taking the time to learn with me today. I love learning this. It gets me so excited. It gives me new life. It gives me new life. I no longer, I feel free now. And I hope this is free, helping you feel free.
The face of God.
Let me see, can I get him to go down with it?
Helps them or destroys them.
Let me see.
Mahima and Mahinga, his assistants, find a place for.
Let's see. Something else I caught.
I thought this was just a word, right? Turns out it's actually they call it science. This frequency called which we.
Hold on. Let's read this real quick. So no longer saying this om. Don't be doing that. You calling down those entities. Don't be doing that. And I repent for saying that, y'all. I repent for saying that. Which we begin our all powers. No longer using this in the beginning of your stuff. Stop doing that, y'all. It's the name of the ancient holy man. OM. Don't do that. Stop it. Okay. Who lived 330,000 years ago. Now, who is this? Y'all know that's Lucifer. Y'all know that's Lucifer. Keep going. He was the first man to know God and who taught humankind to believe, hope, struggle with evil. Who that is? Who that is? Ain't that Jesus Christos? Did you hear the angels? That's Jesus Christos that taught us what? God, we just talking about how wicked and evil. He was the one in the garden that taught mankind. That taught humankind, I'm sorry. Taught humankind to what? To believe, hope, struggle with evil. We're talking about in the Garden of Eden, baby. We're talking about what happened in the Garden of Eden. I hope y'all can see this. I hope y'all can get. Y'all getting this. But let me keep reading it to you, baby. Y'all. I get excited. Y'all, I'm sorry. I get excited about this. I get excited. But okay. So he was the first mankind. He was the first mankind to know the Most High Yah and who taught humankind to believe, hope, struggle with evil. Then the Most High Yah gave him power over all forces ruling the visible world. Who is this? Who is this? This is Lucifer. This is Lucifer. Keep going. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting excited and knocking stuff down.
We begin all our prayers. So.
Okay. Then it says, after his conversation with his predecessor, the king of the world, assembles with the great council of God, judges the actions and the thoughts of great men, helps them or destroys them. You want to get it? Who is this? The Most High Yah in the great council. The Most High Yah is the one who's going to do what? He's going to either help or destroy. Matnanah and Mahuyah find a place for these actions and thoughts in the cause of the ruling world. Afterwards, the king of the world enters the great temple and prays in solitude. Fire appears on the altar, gradually spreading to all the altar near, and through the burning flame gradually appears the face of God. The king of the world reverently announces to.
So, yeah, things will just keep getting more interesting. After his conversation with his predecessor, the king of the world assembles the great council of God. This is the great council of the Most High. I don't know. That's just what the Lama is telling you. And
So the kings of the world, I need to go up a little bit more, y'all. I wish I could do this on my phone, but I can't figure out how to send it. So I wouldn't have to use his if I could do it with mine.
these Lamas know a lot more about this topic than us Westerners do. Judges the actions and thoughts of great men, helps them or destroys them. Mahima and Mahinga, his assistants, find a place for these actions and thoughts.
Okay, so like helps them. Great men helps them. Israelites destroys them. King of Greece, king of Babylon, king of Persia. You see, he judges the action. The only one that can judge is the Most High Yah. The Most High Yah is the only one that judges. Now the council is the other angels. He sends Michael, he sends Uriel, he sends the other angels, right? So now do y'all see what's going on here? Is the Most High Yah helps the great men. We, the children of Israel, the Israelites, we were great men. If I found in books, old books, this is I have time to do this. I don't have a job. That the children of Israel, we were big. We were great men too. We were men of renown too. We were running 7 foot tall. We were running 6 and 7 foot tall. We were big as well, but we wasn't as big as they were. You see, we wasn't as giant as they were, but we were bigger. You see what I'm saying? We were bigger than most people. So when y'all see us, we're not Nephilim. We're not Nephilim. The original people, humans, mankind, humankind were big too. We weren't small. The 5 foot tall and all that kind of stuff, that is not normal. That is kind of a hinge off the Nephilim DNA as well. We weren't, the Most High Yah didn't make us tiny. When they got over here and saw us, we were big. We were running, like I said, we were running 6 and 7 foot tall. We were big people as well. So I just had to put that in there. So when you see somebody 6 or 7 foot tall, they don't mean they're Nephilim. They could be son of man, because we were original. Now, when you see somebody really, really small, you need to start thinking, because the Most High God didn't make us that little. That came from Nephilim DNA. So I just had to put that in there, because when he says the great men, some he helped and some he destroyed. The ones he helped was the ones who were following the laws, the statutes, commandments. The ones he destroyed are these wicked people who are rebellious against Yah. So I had to get that in there. And the king of the world reverently announces to the God the decisions and awards the counsel of God, and receives a divine, something about the divine Almighty. Now, this is his father he's talking to now, the king of the world. That's his father he's talking about. When he's talking about up here, that's the Most High Yah. Then he's down there, he's talking about his dad. It's two different gods. And that's at war with each other. Okay?
Causes ruling.
So it's El Elyon against the Most High Yah. Do y'all understand now? It's El Elyon against the Most High Yah.
The world. It seems to me they also have magical abilities as well. Okay, similar to the ones that the king has. Afterwards, the king of the world enters the great temple and prays in solitude. Fire appears on the altar, gradually spreading to all the altars near, and through the burning flame gradually appears the face of God. This is also very interesting. Of course, he can directly communicate with the Most High, right? Obviously, the Most High knows all his thoughts, because the Most High knew exactly that he was going to be made king by Beelzebub, right? So obviously, it's not surprising that he says that they are constantly communicating back and forth. So like they're actually in communication all the time. The king of the world reverently announces to God the decisions and awards of the council of God and receives in turn the divine orders of the Almighty. So I already know that the Most High does everything for a reason. So obviously, if Jesus or Lucifer is chosen king, is because obviously he allows him to be king, right? He lets him be king so that he will have, as like part of the grand experiment, right? That doesn't mean he's going to be king forever, right? It just means that that's what is part of the Most High's agenda for now, because right, everything has a reason. So
we know the reason now why
the
this is
king,
all
he knew
happening,
that he was
because
going to be king.
we are the
So
one that brought this over on ourselves.
it is what it is. Chapter 58. So the author asks, has anybody seen him, the king of the world? I ask. Oh yes, answered the Lama. During the solemn holidays of the ancient Buddhism of Siam in India, the king of the world appeared 5 times. So 5 different appearances in these 2 countries here.
You hear that?
Thailand.
So the king of the world appeared 5 times. That means he came in 5 different bodies. He was born in 5 different bodies. The fallen, envious, dark watchers then tried to tempt Adam, Eve to commit sin, tried to make them sinners like them, who were cursed to die in order to kill. Exactly. But the Most High Yah gave us a second chance, and this is why they hate us. This is why they hate us, because the Most High Yah gave us a second chance. He gave us a second chance, y'all. Why? How? We had to live lives like human beings. We live lives like human beings, and then we decide who we're going to follow. This is the meaning of life. Y'all, do you get it now? Do you get this now? And they wasn't expecting that. They thought what he thought was what's going to happen, what was going to happen to them. And it didn't. The Most High gave us a chance that they didn't give them. Do y'all see how wonderful and merciful the Most High Yah is now? Can y'all see it now? Can you see it the way I see it now? He gave us something that he did not give them. And that's mercy, and gave us time to choose. Wait, come knock that down, Bishop. Hold on. Oh, thank you. You have a good day. All right. Bye-bye. You got a stripe on your back because you got all worked up. All right, yeah, I'm back. Those are my neighbor wishing me Thanksgiving. But now, do y'all get it now? Do y'all get? Do you get it? Do you get it now? So, y'all, my brain. I'm sorry. I'm excited because I see it now. Do y'all see it? Do y'all see it? Do y'all see it? Okay, let's keep going.
In India, he rode in a splendid car drawn by white elephants and ornamented by gold, precious stones, and finest fabrics. He was robed in a white mantle, red tiara, strings of diamonds, and masking his face. So a white mantle, a red tiara, and diamonds covering his face. He blessed the people with a golden apple with the figure of a lamb above it.
Do y'all hear this?
Let me read that again. This is
Do y'all see this?
obviously, in my opinion.
Go listen to that again. He did what? He blessed them with a golden apple and a lamb above it. Well, I was like, oh my goodness, y'all. I was like, oh my gosh.
In these two countries here, in Thailand and India, he rode in a splendid car drawn by white elephants and ornamented by gold, precious stones, and finest fabrics. He was robed in a white mantle, red tiara, strings of diamonds, and masking his face. So a white mantle, a red tiara, and diamonds covering his face. He blessed the people with a golden apple with the figure of a lamb above it. Let me read that again. This is the obviously, in my opinion, no, this is the biggest clue. This basically gives it all away. This gives it all away right here. He blessed the people with a golden apple, the figure of a lamb above it. You see that? Who is called the lamb? Who is called the lamb?
I told y'all.
This is him. He's actually talking about him. Okay? This man is him. This is Jesus. And there's no other way of looking at it. There's no other way of interpreting it. This is the bingo answer. This is it right here. The blind received their sight. The dumb spoke. The deaf heard. The crippled freely moved, and the dead arose. Wherever the eyes of the King of the world rested. Again, who does that sound like? Oh, that's right. It's Jesus. This farmer knows exactly what he's talking about. He knows exactly who he is talking about.
Reba, sit here.
The
Good boy.
blind can see again. The dumb can speak again. And the deaf can hear again.
Can y'all
and the
hear
crippled
this?
Can move freely again, and the dead rise from their graves. Oh, yeah. That's exactly the same exact thing that we've read over and over again in these books. Oh, I wonder who he's talking about. There is no wonder. There is no wondering who he's talking about. If nobody can see who he's talking about, then it just means that you're blind. The blind received their sight. The dumb spoke. The deaf heard. The crippled freely moved, and the dead arose. Wherever the eyes of the King of the world rested. Guys, this book was published 100 years ago. It's not even that old. And yet, he's literally talking about Jesus living underground, ruling over a massive underground empire that's called Agartha. Over millions of people living in a big, massive palace surrounded by other palaces.
Hold on, let me read this.
See, now
Euchanan, John 8:44. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in truth because there is no truth in him. When he speaks a lie, he he speaks on his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. Do y'all hear this? Jesus Christos is a liar and he speaks on his own. Do y'all get this now? Do y'all see what's going on? Can y'all have your eyes been open to this truth? And what is going on? But you have to understand and understand. We chose this. We chose. It's either the whole point of this lifetime is to choose who do we follow. Joshua said it. He said, do you want to keep following those gods over there? Or do you want to follow the Most High Yah? He said, choose this day who you going to follow. But then Joshua turns around and said, but as for me and my house, as for me, I am following Yah. That's what this is all about. The meaning of life is right here. Who are you going to choose? You're going to choose to follow the laws, the statutes, commandments, Yah, or you're going to choose to go down with this dude because he's going down. The Most High Yah says, I am going to deal with the heavenly beings in heaven, and then I'm going to deal with the kings of the earth. Who do you think he's talking about? Huh? I need to get in here and read this book. And you will know exactly what's going on. And we won't have to debate. We won't have to argue. We won't have to do any of those things. We'll be all on one accord, and then you'll start praying right, talking right, and singing right. Because you'll start praying to Yah. You'll start praying against the wickedness of the wickedness of this earth. You won't want it around you no more. Because I'm telling you, they're not gonna be able to go to another place. Because a lot of people are like, I just want them off my land. No, you need to want them off earth. Because as long as they're on earth, somebody will be suffering. You shouldn't want anybody to suffer at the hands of these people. And you shouldn't want anybody to suffer at the hands of El Elyon and his children. You should only want the Most High Yah, because what the Most High Yah has to offer us brings life. He brings death. He tells you in his book, he brings death. If you follow me, you will die. If you follow me, you're going to suffer. Why are you doing this? Why? It makes no sense to me. Now that I see it, why are you fighting to suffer? Isaiah 52. And I'm sorry, not Isaiah 52, Isaiah 57. Let me read it to you. Isaiah 57. It makes no sense why you're purposely making yourself suffer. It makes no sense now. Now that you know the truth. So the Most High Yah says here in Isaiah 57, sorry. Now, when I read this to you, listen to Isaiah 57. This is Jesus Christos. Listen to it. I'm going to read you the whole thing. Listen. The righteous one perishes, and no man, M-A-N, just like I keep telling you, no man takes it to heart. Men of kindness are gathered in with no one understanding that because of the impending evil, the righteous one was gathered in to his grave. In my other book, it says into his grave. Let's go down here. Isaiah addresses the wicked people of his generation and explains that at a time when righteous people are not respected, they may die, so they should not witness the evil that is about to come upon this world. Listen to this. Now, this is, I keep telling you, Isaiah 57 is talking about Jesus Christos. Listen. He will come in peace, and they will rest on their resting places. He who walks in his integrity. When you come in peace and you do everything, you will rest in your resting place. You will be in the grave in peace. You go rest in peace. You won't go brutally. Listen to this. And now, come close, you children of witchcraft, seed of the adulterer and the adulteress. So there's a wicked seed on earth. Listen, can y'all hear what I'm saying? If you understand that there's two different types of seed on earth, let's keep reading. Whew. In whom do you take delight? Against whom do you open wide your mouth and stick out your tongue? Don't you see these actresses and actors, they sticking their tongue out? Who? Why? Why are they doing that? Because they're going like this wicked guy. Listen, keep going. Are you not children of sin, seed of falsehood? You who indulge your lust at the elm trees, under every leafy tree, who slaughter children in the valleys, under the crags of the rock, smooth stones of the riverbed are your portions. Only they are your lot. Listen, even to them have you poured out libations and offered up meal offerings. Who do the libations and meal offerings? The seed of falsehood, the children of sin, the people who indulged their lust under the elm tree. This is why Saul got put to death. Because only the children of sin pour libations and do meal offerings. That's not from us. Yes, I'm trying, but I'm so excited because I've seen this a long time ago and I just been wanting y'all to see it. And today, the Most High Yah opened this up so y'all can see this. So y'all can see it because y'all time is drawing short. And y'all need to choose, and y'all need to choose fast. Now, who are the people who pour libations and offer meal offerings? The children of sin and the seeds of falsehood. Not us. We don't do this. We don't do this. The Most High Yah said, I never told y'all to do this. It never even crossed my mind. And he said, the only thing I told you to do is follow my laws, my statutes, and my commandments. I never told y'all to do pour libations and meal offerings. That came from Jesus Christ. They brought that out of Egypt. Remember, in this book, I already told you that the Hamites, aka the original Egyptians, they did what? They went to stay with these people and learn their ways, and they came back and started teaching it to us. That was Nimrod. Remember, Nimrod became a what? A mighty hunter of men, a man of renown. He took on their attributes. Do you get it now? Can y'all see it now? Romans 6:23. But the gift of Yahuwah Elohim is eternal through life. Yahushua Ha Mashiach our Adam, the knowledge of the tree of life, which we're only created to have. Yeah. Can y'all see this? Let's keep reading now. Now, did I read Isaiah 6:57 to you? Can you see who he's talking to now? See, they made you think they were talking about the children of Israel who were rebelling. It's talking about these people. It's a difference between humans and mankind. So when he says the nations, the Goyim, all this, it's not talking about us. Let's keep reading. Now, even to them have you poured out libations and offerings of meal offerings. He said, you're pouring out the libations and meal. It's him who do this. And then when you're doing it, when you're pouring out the libations and meal offerings, you're doing it to them, not Yah. You're doing it to them. This is why Saul got in trouble with Yah. The Amalekites told him to keep those animals so he can sacrifice them. When you do it, you're doing it to them, not Yah. Yah never asked for that. No sacrifice of children, no sacrifice of animals. That's not the Israelite way. Let's keep reading. Can I relent? The Most High Yah says, can I relent? What is relent? Let's look up the word relent in Paleo Hebrew. You need to know the original language. In Hebrew, most often translated as relent into English is nacham, Nacham, which has a range of meanings centered around the emotions and the change of the course of actions. The Most High Yah asks, can I be sorry? Can I regret? Can I grieve? Can I be consoled? And can I change my mind? And can I change my action? Especially when it comes to context of the Most High Yah modifying a threatening judgment. This is a threatening judgment. Can I relent? Can I give you out a threatening judgment? Now, can you see what he's saying? Can I relent against this recording? He said, can I stop this threatening judgment regarding these actions that I just read about? Pouring out libations and meal offerings. He said, I will not relent against you doing this. Y'all need to stop and repent for doing it. He says, on the high mountains, on the lofty mountains, you have set up your beds. Even there, you went up to slaughter a sacrifice. He's supposed to be doing this. Listen, behind the door and your doorpost, you have replaced your remembrance of your idol. What? In every American house, if you go to your grandma's house and all this, what do you walk into their house and see behind the door as soon as you walk in? The cross. You put a reminder of your idol in your house. Keep going. Now can you see it? Says here. Woo. Now do what the Most High Yah says. For you exiled yourself from me by doing this. And you rose up from beside me. So we were beside the Most High Yah. We was worshiping his way. And you did what? You expanded your beds and you made a new covenant with them for yourselves to the King of the world. Do y'all hear it now? Let's see who the king of the world is. Come on. Ooh, do y'all hear it now? Do y'all hear it now? Can y'all see it now? The king of the world. In addition of putting your spiritual trust in idols, you sought to integrate yourself with the foreign powers such as the Assyrian king. Ooh, going to great lengths to woo the Assyrian king and never losing hope despite the failures these kings to help you. The Most High Yah showed forbearance, but you ignored the Most High Yah's forbearance, y'all. Let's keep reading. Because you went to the king of the world. Right here. Who we learning about today? Let's keep going. And you prepared numerous spice mixtures for him. What's that? What's today? What's today? Y'all making meals for who today? Who y'all making spice mixtures and meals for today? And then who do y'all make cakes, star cakes for? On the 4th of July for? That's the Queen of Heaven. Star Spangled Banner, there's stars flashing all over the place. If you knew what I knew, you'd stop what you was doing. Keep reading. And you dispatch your agents afar, and you demean yourself as low as the grave. He says, what does Jesus Christos say to you? The dead in Christ. He said, you demean yourself as low as the grave, and you demean yourself as dead in Christ. You weary yourself with the length of your journey. The Most High Yah says you weary yourself with the length of your journey. Christ tells you that when you follow him, you can suffer. What does weary mean? Let's look up the word weary in Paleo Hebrew. In Paleo Hebrew, the concept of weary is expressed through several words that emphasize different nuances of exhaustion. Exhaustion, including physical fatigue, spiritual depletion, and frustration from fruitless efforts. Ooh, he's telling you exactly what you do when you worship him. And the Most High Yah is telling you who you worshiping in Isaiah 57. I told y'all this over and over again. You got to read the book. Haya is one of the words. It means thirst and lack of water. Yoga means, that's what it says. Yoga means to toil, to labor, and to and sustain or sustain effort. Laha means to be impatient, being disgusting, having one's patience exhausted. It also means to be vulnerable in weakness, have human limitations, and your morality and your morals and your self-chosen exhaustion. You have low morality and self-chosen exhaustion. Did not tell you you chose to do this. You chose, you did this to yourself. Y'all didn't do it to you. That's why the Most High Y'all say y'all always come back and accusing him of what you did to yourself. You chose this. Keep reading. You wearied yourself with the length of your journey. You did not say, I am discouraged. You dread and fear that you should have been deceitful to me. You ain't even realizing you're being deceitful to the Creator. You're being deceitful to yourself. You're doing this to yourself. You did not remember the Most High Yah. He says, remember me. You did not take me, the Most High Yah, into your heart. The Most High Yah says, if you knew me, you will follow my laws. Are you following his laws? Are you? If you ain't, then you're following them. Well, I don't do any religion. We don't do religions around here. We follow the laws. The angels follow the law. The Most High Yah follow the law, but you don't have to. They don't even sound right. The sun, the moon follow the law. The ocean and the earth follows the law. The animals follow the law, but you think you don't have to. And then you burden yourself. You weary yourself because you made a new commitment with the King of the world. You wonder why your life is hard. You wonder why your children's life is hard. You wonder why they're suffering. And then the dude tells you in the book you will suffer for following him. Keep reading. The Most High is going to get this. Let's find out about it. It says here, you did not say I'm discouraged. You dread and fear that you should have been deceitful in me. You do not remember me. You did not take me to your heart. Behold, I have been silent as always, but you did not fear me. I proclaim how you should be righteous. And then I proclaim, the Most High Yah said, I am the one proclaim how you should be righteous and what your deeds you should do. But y'all do what? Y'all do not avail them. You don't do them. You don't follow his laws, statutes. He said, I proclaim how you should be righteous. I am the one who proclaimed how you should be living your life to be saved and then to live forever. But y'all won't do it. Let's keep on. Let's keep on reading. What Isaiah 57 now. Do you see it? When you cry out, let your cohorts rescue you. No, he said, don't cry out to me. He said, let the King of the world rescue you. But the King of the world can't even rescue himself. He can't save himself. How he gonna rescue you? Let's find out. He can't save himself. But the wind will carry them all off, all of your cohorts, all of these kings, the Most High Yah says the wind will carry them all off. Nothingness will take them. Oh, he ain't gonna get them? They can't even save themselves. Why in the hell do you think they can save you? They can't save themselves from the Most High Yah. They couldn't. They tried. They went to Enoch and asked the Most High Yah for a second chance. They tried it. It did not work. He said no because they had something that we did not have here. They had an audience with the Most High Yah. They stood there with the Most High Yah. They were given the laws from the tutor to the rooter with the Most High Yah. How do I know this? Because the Most High Yah sent for Enoch, and Enoch got the laws written down in that book from them. So they had it. They knew the laws. And they had a meeting about this, y'all. They had a meeting. The 22 leaders, they had a meeting and they said, if we make this decision, we cannot go back. They knew it before they did it. It should have right there, should have said, I would have been like, hell no, I ain't doing this shit. They knew it. They cannot save themselves and they can't save you. They dragging you to hell to the neither world with them. The Most High Yah says in Isaiah 14 that the king of Babylon is going to be in the neither world with the giants. And you're going with them if you're following them. But part of this you don't get. Choose today who you serve. This is the whole meaning of life, human beings. Shem, Japheth, Ham, those of you who are left who have not been mixed with these things, that you still have the original Adam DNA, and you have not been given over to this. Those of you who still have that, choose who you serve today. It's Yah only or nothing else. Let's keep reading. Do you see it now? He says, when you cry out, and go back up to this again. When you cry out, let your cohorts rescue you. But the wind would carry them off. The cohorts. Who are the cohorts? Nothingness will take your cohorts. The king of Babylon, the king of Persia, the king of Greece. They have already got their sentence. That's just waiting to the end for us to make our decision. And he's going to do it all at one time. But the one who trusts in me, the ones who trust in me, the people who trust in me, the human beings that trust in the Most High Yah, will have a portion in earth and will inherit my holy mountain. And he will say, pave, clear the road, remove the obstacles. What is the obstacles? King of Persia, king of Greece, king of the world, king of Babylon. The Most High Yah says, and he will say, the Most High Yah will say, pave, clear the road, road, remove the obstacle from my people's path. Who is the obstacle? Y'all Better get in here and read this book.
I understand why. No, I don't understand why nobody reads this. Nobody ever reads this book uh, on the internet, or why this book is never read in any school curriculums. He also appeared 540 years ago in Erdeni Zoo. He was in the ancient Sakai monastery and in the Garabanshi Kure. One of our living Buddhas or Dalai Lamas and one of the Tashi Lamas received a message from him, written with unknown signs on golden tablets. No one could read these signs. Tashi Lama entered the temple, placed the golden tablet on his head, and began to pray. With this,
What golden tablets are they talking about? John Smith said he received golden tablets. John Smith said he received golden tablets. The one who did what? Started what religion? Mormonism. He said he appeared when? 540 years ago. When did Mormonism start? Says 1820s. In the 1820s. John Smith said he did what? I think that's his name. According to the Latter-day Saints, golden plates are a source from which John Smith translated the Book of Mormon. Need I say more? See, this is, but the reason why I know what I'm looking at is because I have time to research. I have time to study. And then I'm going to show you after this another thing that I have on my thing. I'm going to put it on. This is what we're going to be learning about today. Because Jesus Christo showed up all over the place. He showed up to the Mormons here. He showed up down in South America. He showed up everywhere. I'm going to prove it to you. Watch this after this. Watch.
the thoughts of the king of the world penetrated his brain, and without having read the enigmatical signs, he understood and accomplished the message of the king.
Listen, we got to play that one more again. When I was y'all, I was so excited. I wanted to do this sooner this morning.
Massive underground empire that's called Agartha. Over millions of people living in a big, massive palace surrounded by other palaces. See, now I understand why. No, I don't understand why nobody reads this. Nobody ever reads this book on the internet, or why this book is never read in any school curriculums. He also appeared 540 years ago in Erdeni Zoo. He was in the ancient Sakai monastery and in the Garabanshi Kure. One of our living Buddhas or Dalai Lamas and one of the Tashi Lamas received a message from him, written with unknown signs on golden tablets. No one could read these signs. Tashi Lama entered the temple, placed the golden tablet on his head, and began to pray. With this, the thoughts of the king of the world penetrated his brain, and without having read the enigmatical signs, he understood and accomplished the message of the king. How did the Tashi Lama receive the thoughts of Jesus? Right, he's telepathically transferring these thoughts to his brain. Right, Jesus, Lucifer is telepathically transferring these thoughts to him. And he didn't even have to read the signs to understand. Wow. How many persons have ever been to Agartha? I questioned him. Very many, answered the Lama. All these people have kept secret that which they saw there. Why? Because they don't want you to know that he is Jesus, obviously. And the OS destroyed Laza, one of their detachments in the southwestern mountains, penetrated to the outskirts of Agartha. Here they learned some of the lesser mysterious sciences and brought them to the surface of our earth. So what are these mysterious sciences? I wonder. This is why the Olets and Kalmuks are artful sorcerers and prophets. Interesting, because the Olets and Kalmuks are Mongol tribes, but it seems that they know about this underground kingdom. Also, from the eastern countries, some tribes of Black people or dark-skinned people with melanin, penetrated to Agarthi and lived there many centuries.
See?
Afterwards, they were thrust out from the kingdom and returned to the earth, so they were kicked out, bringing with them with the mystery of predictions according to cards, grasses, and the lines of the palm or palm reading. They are the gypsies, the eternal wanderers of the earth with no homes. They lived in Agartha. Interesting. So, see, the gypsies came straight from the underground, literally. Like, no wonder all these artists always talk about, coming straight from the underground. Who do you think, what do you think they're talking about? Right?
So they learned how to do what? Read cards, grass, and the palms. They are gypsies. The palm people, the card people, and the grass people. They learned this from where? And I try to tell people that's witchcraft. There's witchcraft. And it's come for something wicked. It didn't come from Yah.
Or kicked out.
He's telling you. Also, from the Eastern country. Eastern country. Who is those? Who is the Eastern people? Who the Eastern people? Y'all, that's Japhet. That's Ham. And didn't I tell you Ham and Japhet went down there? Didn't I tell you that? Remember I showed you how the map is, the true map is? Who got the Eastern country? Who got the East land? Also from the Eastern country. Who got the East land? Ham and Japhet. Some tribes of Black people penetrated to Agatha, whatever, and lived there for many centuries. Afterwards, they were thrust out from the kingdom and returned to earth, bringing with them the mysteries of predictions according to cards, grasses. Sounds like hoodoo and voodoo to me. And line palm reading. They don't want this truth out. They don't want this truth out. Any other time, if I was over here looking at something stupid, it wouldn't do this. I'm here, y'all. I'm here. Now, y'all see this? That's hoodoo and voodoo. They over there talking about reading your palms and making tea and then reading the tea and then throwing out the card. My sister and my mom do that, and they Christians. They do card reading. That's why I don't have nothing to do with them. I love them, but not that much. They do card read. They do that right there. And I was like, no, I'm out of here, buddy. I don't have nothing to do with them. Because they do that shit.
Bringing with them with the mystery of predictions according to cards, grasses, and the lines of the palm or palm reading. They are the gypsies, the eternal wanderers of the earth with no homes. They lived in Agartha. Interesting. So, see, the gypsies came straight from the underground, literally. Like, no wonder all these artists always talk about, coming straight from the underground. Who do you think, what do you think they're talking about? Right? All these rappers always say they got love for the underground, right? I mean, I thought the underground was there's nothing there, right? That's what they keep telling you over and over again. Oh, the underground, nobody lives there. But that's completely false. A lot of people lived underground. So the llama becomes silent for a moment, and then, as though answering, his thoughts continued. In Garta, the learned Panditas write on tablets of stone all the signs of our planet or world and of the other worlds. Assuming that's I'm assuming that's the other continents, but I can't really confirm that. The Chinese learn Buddhist notice their science is the highest and purest. Every century, 100 sages of China collect in a secret place on the shores of the sea, or from its depths come out 100 eternally living tortoises on their shells. The Chinese write all the developments of the divine science of the century. Yeah, not sure how exactly factual this is, but hey, everything here sounds fantastical until you realize that he's talking about Jesus. So, as I write, I am involuntarily reminded of a tale of an old Chinese bonze in the Temple of Heaven at Peking. He told me that tortoises live more than 3,000 years without food and air, and that this is the reason why all the columns of the Blue Temple of Heaven were set on live tortoises to preserve the wood from decay. He's talking about in that area. Several times the pontiffs of Plaza and Urca have sent envoys or diplomats to the king of the world, said the Lama librarian, but they could not find him.
What is the pontiff? Several times the pontiff. Don't y'all go to the pontiff of Hasha and Uruguay have sent envoys to the king of the world, said the Lama Liberian. The pontiff, they're going down. What did the Pope just do not too long ago? Didn't they open up a cave? Didn't they open up the doors or something? Didn't they do that? Didn't the pontiff just do that?
Only a certain Tibetan leader, after a battle with the Olets, found a cave with the inscription, "This is the gate to Agartha." From the cave,
the gate.
A period
Didn't
man
he?
came forth.
I'm sorry. Didn't he just open up a gate to something? Didn't the pontiff just open up the gate to something before he died? Right before he died.
Presented him with a gold tablet bearing the mysterious signs. I'm assuming these are future predictions. I'm sorry, the signs of the predictions. So the man comes out of the cave and says to them, "The king of the world will appear before all people when the time shall have arrived for him to lead all the good people of the world against all the bad, but this time has not yet come." Right? This sounds very similar to, what the Christians believe about, the army is, they will be on the side of the good and holy Jesus and all his good people, all his innocent little sheep, right, will be alongside him in supporting him, and they will protect, and he will protect them, right? So the most evil among mankind have not yet been born. So this is literally a prophecy or prediction that he is telling them. Okay? Xiang Shu, Baron Ungern, was the leader of Mongolia time, or he was the leader before, because he mentions the Bogdo Khan, that's the leader of Mongolia at the time this book was written. Baron Ungern.
Y'all know that Khan means just a lower king of this, right? When they say Khan, that's what that is. What was his name? Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, that means he was one of when they got Khan in their name, they're one of the children. Genghis Khan was one of his children.
The leader before him, right? He sent the young.
Thank you for the likes over on TikTok. I appreciate it. Thank you for attending. I pray that this is opening up your eyes so you can see the truth, and so you can serve the Most High Yah and choose you today who you choose. I'm going to do thank you for all the likes. I appreciate it. My God, y'all gave me 436 likes. I appreciate it. Thank you for that over here on TikTok.
But he returned with a letter from the Dalai Lama from Lhasa. When the Baron sent him a second time, he did not come back. So I guess he found him then. Okay, this is the final chapter. Chapter 59, the prophecy of the king of the world in 1890. Right, this is when he appeared to them. And the lamas, the Hutuk of Narabanshi, related the following to me.
Did he just say the 1890s? When did he said the 1890s? When did old boy get that John Smith get those golden start Mormonism? He appeared in the 1890s again. In the 1600s. In the 1600s. In the 1600s. When did Mormonism start? January 24, 1846. When did he say he appeared again? He appeared in the 1600s. He said 500 years ago. About 500 years ago. Then he turns around and says he's appearing again in the 1800s.
Monastery in the beginning of 1921, right? This is the time period that this book was written in. When the king of the world appeared before the lamas, favored of God in this monastery 30 years ago, he made a prophecy for the coming half century. So let's check the time scale here. 1921 was 104 years ago. So half a century being 30 years. Sorry, this is in 1890. 30 years from 1890 is 1920, right? That's the time period of this book's writing. Half a century from that, 50 years, that's 1970, right? 1970, 71. Another 50 years, a half century is 2020 or 21, right? So this concerns the next century after the century that this book was written in, right? Because it's not talking about the 20th century, it's talking about the 21st century. It was as follows. More
Let me show y'all something real quick.
Forget their souls and care.
This is what he's not catching.
Half a century being 30 years. Was written in.
Trying to do this.
To seek out the king of the world.
Let me show you this.
But he returned with a letter from the Dalai Lama from Lhasa. When the Baron sent him a second time, he did not come back. So I guess he found it and then. Okay. This is the final chapter.
Pause right here. That is not a one. That is not a one. That's an I and that's a J. So when was this book written? When was this book written? The prophecy of the king of the world returning in when? 1808. 1890 is actually year 890. Right here is actually when the book was written in year what? 921. They have lied to us about time. I will be teaching the class on that too. They have lied to us about time or what year we're in. So this is why he's going to be confused at this. He's going to be confused. This is why he's going to be confused, because he's thinking this book was written in 1921 and it happened in 1890, but it happened in 890 and the book was written in 921. They took a whole 1,000 years away. Why? Because the millennial reign already happened. So they had to hide it. They had to hide it. This is the restart. That's why there's 890. They started back over with the years. They had to start back over after the millennial reign. Millennial reign already happened. So they had to add 1,000 years onto that. But you take 1,000 years off of what we in. What year are we in? What year are we actually in? I'll be teaching the class on that, sir.
Chapter 59, the prophecy of the king of the world in 1890. Right, this is when he appeared to them. The lamas, the Hutuktu of Narabanshi, related the following to me when I visited him in his monastery in the beginning of 1921. Right, this is the time period that this book was written in. When the king of the world appeared before the lamas, favored of God in this monastery 30 years ago, he made a prophecy for the coming half century. So let's check the time scale here. 1921 was 104 years ago. So half a century being 30 years. Sorry, this is in 1890. 30 years from 1890 is 1920, right? That's the time period of this book's writing. Half a century from that, 50 years, that's 1970, right? 1970, 71. Another 50 years, a half century is 2020 or 21, right? So this concerns the next century after the century that this book was written in, right? Because it's not talking about the 20th century, it's talking about the 21st century. It was as follows. More and more, the people will forget their souls and care about their bodies. Everything that he says here is verbatim the same exact predictions and revelation, right? The people will become more evil or they will become more corrupted, even if they were not before. The greatest sin and corruption will reign on the earth. People will become as ferocious animals, thirsting for the blood and death of their brothers. Again, we've heard this before, right? This should sound very familiar. The crescent will grow dim, and its followers will descend into beggary and ceaseless war. The crescent, the followers of the crescent, who does that sound like? Oh, right, that's the Muslims. They will descend into ceaseless war, which has already happened. Obviously, its conquerors will be stricken by the sun, but will not progress upward into twice. They will be visited with the heaviest misfortune, which will end in insult before the eye of the other peoples. The crowns of kings, great and small, will fall, right? We've seen this already. The the fall of the empires of Europe and Asia and across the world, really. I mean, 1890 was before World War One, when you had the fall of all the empires, the big empires of the world at the time. Okay, the crowns of kings, great and small, will fall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 8 different crowns here. It's 8 different empires, right? So I'm assuming that's the German, the Austrian, the Russian, the Ottoman, the Chain, the who else? The British, right? And the French, and or maybe it's all the colonial empires. I don't know, but definitely the empires that fell during World War One and World War Two. There will be a terrible battle among all the peoples. The seas will become red. The earth in the bottom of the seas will be strewn with bones. Again, he's obviously not talking about World War One or World War Two, because he literally says that the seas will be filled with blood. Obviously, that doesn't sound like anything that we've seen yet. That hasn't happened yet. Kingdoms will be scattered, whole peoples will die. Hunger, disease, crimes unknown to the law, never before seen in the world. Enemies of God and of the divine spirit, or the Most High and man will come. Those who take the hand of another shall also perish. See that? Even if you try to help somebody else, the forgotten and pursued shall rise and hold the attention of the whole world. Sounds to me like peoples that are oppressed, right? So the peoples at the top, they will be destroyed. Their powers will be taken from them. So that includes all the nations of Psalm 83, everybody that's part of all these agendas. There will be fogs and storms. Bare mountains shall suddenly be covered with forests. Earthquakes will come. Millions will change the fetters of slavery and humiliation for hunger, disease, and death. The ancient roads will be covered with crowds wandering from one place to another. The greatest and most beautiful cities shall perish in fire. One, two, three. See that? All of the big cities of the 21st century, all of that will be gone. All of that. There won't be any civilization for you to live in, to be spoiled by, to have.
So what he doesn't realize is this already happened. So remember the people was they were talking about all these people being uh they found all these bones and bodies under the catacombs. They found all these bones and bodies everywhere. Then I was telling you in the beginning that if you actually travel, you will see there's a lot of space where people aren't living. And then all of a sudden, the orphan trains, do you hear that? Where was these people coming from? Where were these orphan people coming from? They were coming from below, coming up here, filling the spaces. Y'all get it now? Most of y'all said there's going to be a remnant of us left. He wasn't playing. And this is why we say, well, we were the Egyptians. We were the Egyptians. We were the Moroccans. We were the Moroccans. Well, we were the Germans. We were the Germans. We were the Asians. We were the Asians. Well, we were the English. We were. Well, we were the Romans. We were. We was the Native Americans. We were. We were the this. We were. But most of us died. I found the thing, 90% of us died off of the earth. There's Ham, there's Shem, and that's Japheth of the original humans. There's not many real humans left on earth. Most people that you see are them. When the Most High Yah said a remnant, there's a remnant. It wasn't planned. This already happened. Well, now we're in that little season with the Most High Yah giving us time to choose the ones who are left. Okay? Do y'all get it now? See, he think what they're saying right here is future. It's not future. This happened. This happened. And they came in and destroyed all the cities, just like the Most High Yah said he would do. I just read that to you in Isaiah. They came through and killed 90% of us off of earth. And then they took our places. They became the Romans. They became the Egyptians. They became the South Americans. I'm trying to find this video, this other video that was put out, and they are telling you the truth, but y'all not paying attention. I'm trying to find this video. So, because I'm going to play it next, and he's going to say the exact same thing. Watch this. Let him finish, and then I'm trying to find this video so I can put it right behind this one. And they told us what happened. In this 1890, where he said he would reappeared in 1890, and then the guy was reading the thing. It's in this other video. And the guy tells you on TV, they tell you in TV that this happened. It was just a video of them recording the history of some things. And they're going to tell you that Jesus Christos showed up there. Watch it.
Conveniences, and there won't be any of that. All of that stuff will be taken from you. Everybody will not be living in cities because you're going to get kicked out. You're going to run away from them. Me and you, everybody is going to escape. And if the people that don't escape, well, what do you think happens to them? Father shall rise against son, brother against brother, and mother against daughter. Again, verbatim, same exact prophecies of the end time in Revelation, right? Literally, vice, crime, and the destruction of body and soul shall follow. Families shall be scattered, truth and love shall disappear. Well, this has already happened, right? That's why nobody knows about this stuff. Because this is not, especially facts. Facts are completely ignored and censored now. As we've already seen. From 10,000 men, one shall remain. He shall be nude and mad and without force and the knowledge to build him a house and find his food. Everybody will become like in The Walking Dead, just primitive savages, right? This is basically literally every apocalypse.
Didn't we become primitive? We didn't know how to do anything. We had to relearn how to do everything. Didn't that happen? When we were horse and bugging and walking, there was no cars, there was none of that stuff. It ain't nothing new under the sun. All these cell phones and this equipment, all that stuff, that ain't nothing new. My grandma told me that. She said, we used to have this stuff, but then something happened. And I was like, what? This ain't new stuff. This stuff ain't new. That already happened. Now I'm trying my best to find this video. I didn't do this live. I did it as an upload. Be up here somewhere. Let me let him finish.
Flips movie. He will howl as a raging wolf, devour dead bodies. Devour dead bodies, huh? Cannibalism will become rampant. Bite his own flesh and challenge the Creator, God, to fight. All the earth will be emptied. God will turn away from it, and over it there will only be night and death. Then I shall send a people now unknown, which shall tear out the weeds of madness and vice with a strong hand, and will lead those who still remain faithful to the spirit of men in the fight against evil. So that's literally, again, this is Jesus. This is everything that's being said here is what 100. And in the middle of all that, there will be a long period of war, 18 years of war. Obviously, World War II only lasted 6 years.
So let me show you,
World War II,
because he's not getting this. So let me put it up there.
The Third World War, World War III. Then the peoples of Agartha will come up from their subterranean caverns to the surface of the earth. Okay.
So they're coming from the caverns to the surface of the earth. That was the last thing he said. Let me go back.
Show you these song lyrics because this is exactly verbatim.
He said the last thing he said is they said they're going to come up from their caverns to the surface of the earth. This is the book says. They're going to come up from the caverns to the surface of the earth. Orphan trains.
That will come up from their subterranean caverns to the surface of the earth. Okay. So that's where I have to show you these song lyrics because this is exactly verbatim what is said in that last sentence. All right, Cowboys from Hell by Pantera. Okay, so see now I know exactly. See now the meaning of these lyrics is made completely clear to me. At first I didn't really understand what he was talking about, but now I get it. So under the lights we stand tall. Nobody touches us at all. Shout down, showdown, shoot out, spread fear within, without. I say we're gonna take what's ours to have. Spread the word throughout the land. They say the bad guys wear black, we're tagged, and can't turn back. You see us coming, and you all together run for cover. We're taking over this town. Who is he talking about? Why would he be using these words? He's talking about the peoples of Agartha. They are the cowboys from hell, or the Hollow Earth, because Hollow Earth is where they live. Here we come, reach for your gun, and you better listen well, my friend. You see it. It's been slowed down below. Right, that's the subterranean caverns, the Hollow Earth. That's the kingdom that they live in. But the kingdom will be coming to the surface.
And it's up on the surface now. We're dealing with it. They're over us now.
They will not be playing around. Okay. Aimed at you were the cowboys from hell. Deed is done. Again, we've won. Ain't no talking, no tall tales, friend, cause high noon, you're doomed. Coming for you were the cowboys from hell. So
all right, now again, let's play this other.
This is literally predictive programming. Okay.
So the orphan trains and all that, that's why that was happening. Ready? That's why that was happening.
Yeah.
So this video is from, this guy is going to describe Jesus Christo's coming. He's going to describe John Smith. He's going to tell you everything that book just said. Watch. This was on TV. I told you they have to tell us. They have to tell us.
Of an ancient leader buried in the ruins of Palenque, here in southeastern Mexico. According to some scholars, this area on the northern part of Guatemala was the cradle of the great Maya culture. Who was this man? And why was he buried in this temple? In this silent, sun-swept land, ages ago, a sensitive, cultured people lived out their days. Here they worshipped, built these great structures, prospered, loved, fought civil wars, and disappeared as mysteriously as they came. What is the answer to this great riddle, this enigma of the past? The ancestors of these Mayans built an impressive civilization even before the time of Christ. Some scholars feel that the ancient inhabitants of Central America developed a culture equal to that of the great cultures of the Old World. As we try to visualize the people who lived in Central and South America when these cultures were in full power over 1,000 years ago, we are intrigued by the comparison with their descendants, the unpretentious and friendly people who still make their homes here. The Aztec culture, headed by the great chief Montezuma, was the remnant of a once glorious civilization which foreshadowed it by thousands of years. Who were these ancient people who preceded Montezuma? Their origins and what subsequently happened to them are fascinating questions to scholars and laymen alike. Beautiful modern Mexico City is built upon the ruins of several of these earlier cultures. Research has shown that these people were deeply religious. And among many of the cultures, one of the most persistent beliefs was one concerning the great sky and life god called Quetzalcoatl. Although the god Quetzalcoatl is given various names,
Look,
the illusion is much the same.
listen to how they describe Quetzalcoatl. Listen how they describe Quetzalcoatl, and then listen how they describe Jesus Christos.
A fair, bearded person with blue eyes and wearing a light robe. He counseled the people, taught them, and left with the promise that he would someday return. Quetzalcoatl means feathered serpent, and this symbol is seen in ruins all over Mexico and Central America.
And y'all know that's what the word America means, right? America means the land of the plumed snake. That's what America means. But listen to how he described Quetzalcoatl again. And then they're going to say it again. Watch it.
Beautiful.
Oh, man.
We all know and love this individual.
Oh, this is fun. I know who it is.
This individual brings electric energy to every room we want.
Sorry, commercial. Trying to stop you from being on here.
Modern Mexico City
Okay, go ahead.
is built upon the ruins of several of these earlier cultures.
The official mark.
What the hell?
Contact with my parents.
They're trying to make me something to eat.
My parents for the last 3+ years. We're talking about the
Research has shown that these people were deeply religious. And among many of the cultures, one of the most persistent beliefs was one concerning the great sky and life god called Quetzalcoatl. Although the god Quetzalcoatl is given various names, the illusion is much the same. A fair, bearded person with blue eyes and wearing a light robe. He counseled the people, taught them, and left with the promise that he would someday return. Quetzalcoatl means feathered serpent, and this symbol is seen in ruins all over Mexico and Central America. It is believed that the feathered serpent is a degenerate symbol created by later peoples to perpetuate the memory of this great deity who left as mysteriously as he came. When Columbus landed in the New World, many natives thought that he was this great white god who had returned.
The people of this land believed very firmly that I, Cristobal Colon, with these ships and crew, came from the sky. And in such opinion, they received me at every place where I landed. And to this day, many of them are of the opinion that I came from heaven. And others went running from house to house with loud cries of, "Come, come to see the people from heaven."
The Spanish conquistadores under Cortez experienced the same type of welcome from the great Montezuma and his people after they landed in Mexico. The crafty Cortez, taking advantage of the legend, told the chiefs he was indeed sent by
Now, in the other book we just read, the other book we just got through reading, the king of the world appeared to the people. Then he left and came back. Let's keep watching it.
Waddle, and their belief in the great white god was so strong, it is recorded that with this joyful news, they wept for a long space of time and could make no reply. Cortez wrote back to Spain, describing large cities of 50,000 inhabitants or more. He mentioned towers of heavy construction. He described aqueducts and water systems of great size and efficiency. Just outside of Mexico City, Teotihuacan exemplifies the high degree of civilization attained by these pre-Aztec ancient peoples. The architecture, the design, the massiveness of these structures even rival the ancient pyramids of Egypt. Mitla, in central Mexico, exhibits the exquisite workmanship of these ancient artisans who were highly skilled in the art of masonry and in the use of cement. North and east are the pyramids of Tikal and Guatemala, almost hidden in the lush jungle. This complex served a vast population dating back to 600 years before Christ. In this tropical setting was a religious center serving thousands. Copan, Honduras, is thought to have been a great seat of learning. All of these great cities stretching from Mexico on the north, down through the Yucatan Peninsula, and here at Copan, give mute evidence of the extremely high culture that existed here centuries before Columbus. Francisco Pizarro, a later explorer, made conquest in South America and was amazed to find millions of people scattered over this land from Ecuador to Chile. He discovered complex irrigation systems, including canals and reservoirs still in use today. The coastal plains, thus watered by mountain streams, produce many staple products, including cotton of such unique content that botanists concluded to be a hybrid combination of the old and new worlds, and was most likely brought to the Americas by ship or raft. The Paracas culture in Peru, dating from 500 BC to 300 AD, produced some of the finest fabric in the world. Dyes used in these fabrics still retain their brightness even after 2,000 years, attesting to their superb quality.
He's biting on
The craftsmanship in New World pottery making was equal to the finest in the Old World. Some resembled the ceramics of Asia.
I wonder why.
Here in Cusco, Peru, an ancient capital built high in the Andes, Pizarro found this city containing massive walls built centuries before. These enormous, beautifully cut and fitted stones were assembled without the aid of mortar.
Y'all, I know how all this stuff got built. I know how it all got built. And it is more magnificent than what you realize. And it was done in righteousness, but it was done by the powers of the demons. Let's give you a hint. Solomon's ring. This is why they tell you not to read the apocryphal books. I know how everything across the world got built. I know.
In fact, they are so perfectly fitted and laid.
And then it says, what in the other book? We were going to go back to primitive ways. Didn't we go back to primitive ways? We couldn't build this stuff. We couldn't do it no more. Solomon taught the whole world how to do this. You don't want y'all to know that, but it was done in righteousness. It was done with the permission of the Most High Yah.
That you cannot force a knife blade into their joints. I mentioned seeing stones fitted like these in the old world. Some of these gigantic stones weigh more than 200 tons. Placing them atop one another was a remarkable engineering feat in itself. Machu Picchu, hauntingly beautiful, was believed to be a fortress complex built to protect Cusco from invasion. It is well known that the ancients on the American continent were exceptional goldsmiths. Pizarro recorded that it took 60 Incan goldsmiths working night and day for 1 month to reduce all of the stolen artifacts down to bullion for transportation to Spain. Gold was so common, in fact, that some gold objects were painted other colors to break the monotony. Gold alloy was formed into breastplates, and even flat, thin plates have been found much like the aluminum foil in use today. The ancients also worked with copper, silver, and some bronze. These ancient inhabitants were gifted in the art of medicine to an astonishing degree. They were familiar with the use of narcotics, treated abnormal pregnancies, and even performed successful skull operations. But these ancients displayed some of their greatest skills in their engineering and road building feats. Crisscrossing the land were excellent highways connecting all important points. They understood grading, tunneling, and the building of suspension bridges, all utilized in this interesting highway system, which runs from Quito in Ecuador to Chile, a distance of more than 3,000 miles. Similar ancient highways are also found in Mexico, such as this one at Cabal. The pre-Columbian people of Central and South America were also accomplished musicians with a musical scale similar to that found in the Mediterranean area. The panpipes of the New World are almost identical to those of the Old World. They were also gifted astronomers. And over 1,000 years before the Old World had today's calendar, New World mathematicians and researchers were using a more accurate system. All influence in architecture is noted in this restored Peruvian room. At these ruins near Lima, Peru, many interesting discoveries have been made. Such as this possible baptismal font. There is much evidence of a highly organized priesthood in their religious practices. This and other findings indicate that religion was the very center of their lives. These early Americans understood the creation of the world, the Great Flood, the closed ark, the building of the high tower, and the confusion of the languages, much the same as they are found in the Old Testament. Scholars obtained this knowledge from the works of a royal Indian prince, Iztacalilxochitl, who was taught the Spanish language by padres who followed the conquistadores. One of these Spanish scholars, named Sahagún, translated the ancient traditions of life after death, fasting, and baptism, all basic Christian doctrines. Most scholars today believe that the American Indian is a mixture of many races and blood types.
The U.S. spends nearly $2 trillion on.
I gotta keep my eye on this.
each year. But for those experiencing home.
Recent studies and discoveries also link the Americas with Mediterranean cultures. Similarities between the cultures of the Old and the New World provide us with some clues as to their origin. Stone boxes, for example, have been found both in the Old World as well as the New. These boxes often contain gold, jewelry, tools, or other valuables. Compare this box discovered in Mexico with the one found in Persepolis, Iran. The Persepolis box contained two thin metal plates, one of gold and the other of silver, upon which was engraved the record of King Darius. Several hundred different inscriptions engraved on gold, silver, and copper plates have been discovered in the Old World. And then in the year 1823, a stone box, much like those you have seen in Latin America, was unearthed in the side of a hill near Palmyra, New York. The stone box was found to contain ancient gold plates with strange engravings upon them, much like those found in Iran. This record, when translated, told of three groups of people migrating here by ships from the Old World. The record was found to be God's dealings with some of the early inhabitants of the American continent and was destined to change the course of history. It describes the rise and fall of these two glorious civilizations that prospered under the hands of the Lord when they kept his commandments and were destroyed when they did not.
What did they find? What did the other guy say in the other video? What was written in that book? There was gold tablets they couldn't read. They were found where? In the Americas? In New York. Now this was on TV back then. But y'all just didn't pay attention to it. They had to tell you, not, I'm going to do this again, didn't listen.
And copper plates have been discovered in the Old World. And then in the year 1823,
what
a
year?
stone box, much like those you have seen in Latin America, was unearthed in the side of a hill near Palmyra, New York. The stone box was found to contain ancient gold plates with strange engravings upon them, much like those found in Iran.
Y'all got to realize New York is Assyria. The Assyrians, those are Shemites. And he said, and what did the guy say? That black people went down and lived with them and got information from them? Huh?
This record, when
I told you it was us too. It was Shem's too. Shem did it
from
too.
the Old World. The record was found to be God's dealings with some of the early the inhabitants of the American continent and was destined to change the course of history. It describes the rise and fall of these two glorious civilizations that prospered under the hands of the Lord when they kept his commandments and were destroyed when they did not. As we study the stone box at the temple of Kukulkan, another name for Quetzalcoatl, we see a box very similar to the one Joseph Smith described.
Khan?
Speaking of the lid of the
What
box,
did he
which
say?
he found
Another
in New
name for
York,
Quetzalcoatl was what? Khan? And the Khans were what? The Khans were who? Anybody with the word Khan in it? They were the children of who? The king of the world.
when they kept his commandments and were destroyed when they did not. As we study the stone box at the temple of Kukulkan, another name for Quetzalcoatl, we see a box very similar to the one Joseph Smith described. Speaking of the lid of the box which he found in New York, Joseph Smith said, "This stone was thick and rounding in the middle on the upper side, and thinner towards the edges, so that the middle part of it was visible above the ground, but the edge all around was covered with earth." At the time of Joseph Smith, no stone boxes were known to scholars in either the Old or the New World. 11 reputable men besides Joseph Smith were privileged to see and handle the gold record. 8 of them signed the following statement. "Be it known unto all nations, kindreds, tongues, and people, unto whom this work shall come, that Joseph Smith, Jr., the translator of this work, has shown unto us the place of which hath been spoken, which hath the appearance of gold, and as many of the leaves that the said Smith had translated, we did handle with our hands, and we also saw the engravings thereon, all the which had the appearance of ancient work, and of curious workmanship. And of this we bear record with words of soberness, that the said Smith has shown unto us, for we have seen and hefted, and we know of a surety that the said Smith has got the plates of which we have spoken, and we give our names unto the world, to witness unto the world that which we have seen, and we lie not, God bearing witness of it." Evidence indicates that many of these
Who ended up with those gold tablets? Who ended up with them gold tablets that we was just talking about in the last video? Let's go back to the last video. Bam!
temples and buildings
Bam!
were abandoned and
Bam! This is what research gets you.
There's so much disinformation surrounding this man. Everybody wants to for hunger, disease, and death. The ancient roads will be covered with crowds wandering from one place to another.
Don't that sound like the beginning of America?
I'm assuming that's the German, the Austrian, the Russian, the Ottoman, the chain. The century that this book was written in, right? Because it's not talking about the 20th century, it's talking about the 21st century. Okay, this is the final chapter. Chapter 59, the prophecy of the king of the world in 1890. Right, this is when he appeared to them. The Lamas, the Hutut. Bearing the mysterious signs. I'm assuming these are future predictions. I'm sorry, the signs of the predictions So the man comes out of the cave and says to them, the king of the world will appear before all people when the time shall have arrived for him to lead all the good people of the world against all the bad, but this time has not yet come. Right? This sounds very similar to, what the Christians believe about, the army is, they will be on the side of the good and holy Jesus and all his good people, all his innocent little sheep, right, will be alongside him and supporting him, and they will protect, and he will protect them, right? So the most evil among mankind have not yet been born. So this is literally a prophecy or prediction that he is telling them. Okay? Shun Baron Ungern was the leader of Mongolia at the time, or he was the leader before, because he mentions the Bagdor Khan, that's the leader of Mongolia at the time this book was written. Baron Ungern was the leader before him, right? He sent the young prince Hunze to seek out the king of the world, but he returned with a letter from the Dalai Lama from Lhasa. When the Baron sent him a second time, he did not come back. So I guess he found him then. Okay, this is the final chapter. Chapter 59, the prophecy of the king of the world in 1890. Right, this is when he appeared to them, the lamas.
Sorry, y'all. I'm here. They cut me off. I'm back.
Since find a place for these actions and thoughts and the causes ruling the world. Seems to me they also have magical abilities as well. Okay, similar to the ones that the king has. Afterwards, the king of the world enters the great temple and prays in solitude. Fire appears on the altar gradually spreading to all the altars near, and through the burning flame gradually appears the face of God. This is also very interesting. Of course, he can directly communicate with the Most High, right? Obviously, the Most High.
Let me go back over here. I'm just trying to show you, they tell you the truth in your face, you just don't realize it. Oh, I know what I got. There it is. There it is. There she is.
Were abandoned.
Really? Oh, I gotta stand in front of the camera, y'all.
Save big at Floor & Decor when you shop Black Friday deals all weekend long. From November 28th to December 1st, you can save when you stock up on what you need while supplies last. Visit us in-store and start saving.
All right.
And allowed to decay. Why did these great civilizations?
Let's read now. Joseph Smith said he got gold tablets.
Iranian cultures. Similarities between the cultures of the old and the new world provide us with some clues as to their origin. Stone boxes, for example, have been found both in the old world as well as the new. These boxes often contain gold, jewelry, tools, or other valuables. Compare this box discovered in Mexico with the one found in Persepolis, Iran. The Persepolis box contained two thin metal plates, one of gold and the other of silver.
Look at that. Can y'all see that?
Upon which was engraved the record of King Darius. Several hundred different inscriptions engraved on gold, silver, and copper plates have been discovered in the
and y'all know King Darius is written about in this book.
1823, a stone box, much like those you have seen in Latin America, was unearthed in the side of the hill near Palmyra, New York. The stone box was found to contain ancient gold plates with strange engravings upon them, much like those found in Iran. This record, when translated, told of three groups of people migrating here by ships from the old world. The record was found to be God's dealings with some of the early inhabitants of the American continent and was destined to change the course of history. It describes the rise and fall of these two glorious civilizations that prospered under the hands of the Lord when they kept his commandments and were destroyed when they did not. As we study the stone box at the temple of Kukulkan, another name for Quetzalcoatl, we see a box very similar to the one Joseph Smith described. Speaking of the lid of the box which he found in New York, Joseph Smith said, "This stone was thick and rounding in the middle on the upper side and thinner towards the edges, so that the middle part of it was visible above the ground, but the edge all around was covered with earth." At the time of Joseph Smith, no stone boxes were known to scholars in either the Old or the New World. 11 reputable men besides Joseph Smith were privileged to see and handle the gold record. 8 of them signed the following statement. "Be it known unto all nations, kindreds, tongues, and people, unto whom this work shall come, that Joseph Smith, Jr., the translator of this work, has shown unto us the place of which hath been spoken, which hath the appearance of gold, and as many of the leaves that the said Smith had translated, we did handle with our hands, And we also saw the engravings thereon, all of which had the appearance of ancient work and of curious workmanship. And of this we bear record with words of soberness, that the said smith has shown unto us, for we have seen and hefted, and we know of a surety that the said smith has got the plates of which we have spoken, and we give our names unto the world, to witness unto the world that which we have seen, and we lie not, God bearing witness of it. Evidence indicates that many of these beautiful temples and buildings were abandoned and allowed to decay. Why did these great civilizations die out? Why did the people leave? The Book of Mormon gives us some clues. For running throughout the Book of Mormon narrative is the story of two groups of people, one light-skinned and the other darker. We see possible evidence of this in the murals at Bonampak, Mexico, as well as on the murals at Chichen Itza. And legends still exist among these Indians as to a dark and a light people who lived here anciently. The Book of Mormon also speaks of continual warfare between these two groups. The actuality of this is borne out by the numerous fortifications and weapons found in Mexico, Central and South America. Metal weapons, many of which are similar to those used in the Old World. Centuries ago in this mountain here in Paracas, Peru, this representation is still called the Tree of Life. One of the most unforgettable stories in the Book of Mormon is the one called the Tree of Life, given by a man named Lehi. In Izapa, Mexico, is one of the most detailed Tree of Life carvings to be found anywhere. One modern archaeologist who has made a thorough study of this stela has recorded 110 similarities between this sculpture and the story found in the Book of Mormon. Perhaps the most beautiful and memorable segment of the Book of Mormon is the portion that tells the story of the visit of Jesus Christ. He taught the people, blessed the children, and upon leaving promised to return someday. So great was the impact of Christ's visit to this continent that his story was repeated and handed down by word of mouth for centuries. Many believe that the legendary Quetzalcoatl was, in fact, Jesus Christ. Is it any wonder then?
Quetzalcoatl was who? Quetzalcoatl was who? Who was Quetzalcoatl? Jesus. Who came down to South America. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all better start finding out what y'all doing. And the Most High y'all just told you in Isaiah 57, anybody that's worshiping this dude in any form that he came in any form that he came in, whether you call him Allah, whether you call him Buddha, whether you call him Quetzalcoatl, whether you call him Jesus, whether you call him the King of Heaven, the Queen of Heaven, whatever the name you give him, he says in Isaiah 57, I am going to kill you just like I'm going to deal with them. So let's play that again. We got too many witnesses of this happening. Y'all need to wake up and smell the stank of the coffee, the orange juice, or whatever it is you drank. And this was on national TV. This was on TV.
Bearing witness of it. Evidence indicates that many of these beautiful temples and buildings were abandoned and allowed to decay. Why did these great civilizations die out? Why did the people leave?
Because
the Book of Mormon gives us some.
They came up from under there, and he did something with that thing he said he was going to do and make deserts and kill a bunch of people, and they did it. It already happened.
Conclude.
Oops. Well,
Look out with the cheap seats. Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings.
I'm not gonna be much longer, people. I'm just want you to see this again, and I'm gonna get up out here.
Out here, nothing says happy holidays like a great deal. Save big with Black Friday prices on safes, grills, griddles, and gifts you won't find anywhere else. The season's best deals are waiting. Save now at Tractor Supply.
We're so grateful for our family.
For running throughout the Book of Mormon narrative is the story of two groups of people, one light-skinned and the other darker. We see possible evidence of this in the murals at Bonampak, Mexico, as well as on the murals at Chichen Itza. And legends still exist among these Indians as to a dark and a light people who lived here anciently. The Book of Mormon also speaks of continual warfare between these two groups. The actuality of this is borne out by the numerous fortifications and weapons found in Mexico, Central and South America. Metal weapons, many of which are similar to those used in the Old World. Centuries ago in this mountain here in Paracas, Peru, this representation is still called the Tree of Life. One of the most unforgettable stories in the Book of Mormon is the one called the Tree of Life, given by a man named Lehi.
So for y'all people that's calling us pretendians, and we came from Africa, this man said it was dark and light-skinned people here when they got here. I wonder why they suddenly changed that. And this was on TV.
In Izapa, Mexico, is one of the most detailed Tree of Life carvings to be found anywhere. One modern archaeologist who has made a thorough study of this stela has recorded 110 similarities between this sculpture and the story found in the Book of Mormon. Perhaps the most beautiful and memorable segment of the Book of Mormon is the portion that tells the story of the visit of Jesus Christ. He taught the people, blessed the children, and upon leaving promised to return someday. So great was the impact of Christ's visit to this continent that his story was repeated and handed down by word of mouth for centuries. Many believe that the legendary Quetzalcoatl was, in fact, Jesus Christ. Is it any wonder then that the natives bowed down and worshiped Columbus, Cortez, and Pizarro upon their arrival here, each time thinking Quetzalcoatl had returned? And so we come full circle to the question of the bearded white god, the most widely held legend in this part of the world. The stories of the bearded white god and these great civilizations of the past are no longer a complete mystery. We have the legends of Istalil Xochitl and the well-documented stories and records of the Spanish Chronicles. And we have the Book of Mormon, which contains the most lengthy and detailed history and emerges as one of the truly valuable and important records to date. I have visited Central and South America many times and marvel at the tremendous civilizations which once existed here. I have also studied the Book of Mormon carefully for many years. As I compare these ruins with the events recorded in this book, I found nothing to discourage me in my convictions as to the truth of this record. And yet I have found hundreds of examples substantiating the things that are written here. It is not only a record of an advanced civilization, but also provides us with some profound guidelines for living, which are as practical today as when written centuries ago. In this book, you will find reassuring answers to questions such as, is there a God? Does man live after death? What is the purpose of man's existence? Why must man suffer? These evidences of great civilizations lead us to some answers with still much to be learned. But both the histories of the peoples described in the Book of Mormon and the remains of ancient cultures found in North, Central, and South America help us appreciate how truly advanced some pre-Columbian cultures were in this hemisphere. The Book of Mormon is true. It's a companion volume to the Holy Bible and the most electrifying and most important record of our time. I testify to you that it is true. And I don't expect you to take my word for it. I'd like to read to you the words of Moroni and urge you to accept his challenge that he has given to you as recorded in his writing. And when ye shall receive these things, I would exhort you that you would ask God, the Eternal Father, in the name of Christ, if these things are not true. And if ye shall ask with sincere heart, with real intent, having faith in Christ, he will manifest the truth of it unto you by the power of the Holy Ghost. And by the power of the Holy Ghost, ye may know the truth of all things.
Okay.
Oh.
It's not listed on booking.com. It's invisible to millions of travelers on our platform who can't book, but they can't see. Your king size bed, invisible. Your pool, invisible. And your
I
hot
got one more thing to show you, then I'm gonna let you go out for this.
and your hammock. Don't let your vacation rental be invisible. Listen on booking.com. Get seen, get booked. On booking.com, booking.yeah.
Taylor Farms, get your salad together. Everyone's gearing up for the holidays. In a Chevy of their choice. And it
Okay, now let's go to bat. Have you got your seatbelts fastened? We're going to travel faster than the astronauts. We're going to cover 38,500 miles. Now, here are some of the cities that we'll visit. Most of them on this map are from the tops of the Andes toward the Pacific. That does not mean that there are not giant cities everywhere they turn, often in jungle areas to the right of the tops of the Andes. But because the western coast of Peru and some of Chile is just as much a desert as the Sahara, it's easier to excavate there, and so, of course, is more work done. 18 miles south of Lima, Peru, we'll start with a giant 25-story Temple of the Sun at Pachacamac. Why do they call it Pachacamac? Because the god, who was the son of God and visited these people, got out of a bird ship offshore, probably a sailing vessel.
Did you hear this?
Bird ship.
The God, the Son of God, came and got off a ship. Did y'all hear that? They telling everything what's going on. They have to. They have to. Now, do you want to decide who you serve? Do you serve y'all, or do you serve these entities that are gonna get you killed?
Maybe we should run away together. You don't need to be with him. He's already.
And they just turned off my YouTube. I mean not my YouTube, my TikTok. Let me go back and turn it back on. I probably won't even have a TikTok tomorrow for putting this on here. TikTok, I am back. I am back, TikTok. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back here. I'm back. So I didn't go anywhere. I'm back. I did not stop my life. So I am back.
And when you shall receive these things, I would exhort you that you would ask God, the eternal Father, in the name of Christ, if these things are not true. And if you shall ask with sincere heart, with real intent, having faith in Christ, he will manifest the truth of it unto you by the power of the Holy Ghost. And by the power of the Holy Ghost, ye may know the truth of all things.
Okay, now let's go to battle. You got your seatbelts fastened? We're going to travel faster than the astronauts. We're going to cover 38,500 miles. Now, here are some of the cities that we'll visit. Most of them on this map are from the tops of the Andes toward the Pacific. That does not mean that there are not giant cities everywhere they turn, off in the jungle areas to the right of the tops of the Andes. But because the western coast of Peru and some of Chile is just as much a desert as the Sahara, it's easier to excavate there, and so, of course, is more work done. 18 miles south of Lima, Peru, we'll start with a giant 25-story Temple of the Sun at Pachacamac. Why do they call it Pachacamac?
Let Mama do this. I'll come catch you in a minute. I'm doing something.
Visited these people, got out of a bird ship offshore, probably a sailing vessel. They called it a bird ship. Stepped over the side of the ship and walked on top of the water to shore. And so they call him he who can walk on water, Pachacamac. So he came over to this beautiful Temple of the Sun.
And who else walked on water?
Here now and about the
who else walked on water?
Pointing out some of the
who else walked on water?
Quoting work of this building, but once you get down to the stone, it's just beautifully done. There are square holes above and below where I'm crouched, where water came out. Water came from 42 miles back in the Andes to come into this ancient city.
I got to do that one again. He walked off a ship.
Civilization, but also provides us with some profound guidelines for living, which are as practical today as when written centuries ago. In this book, you will find reassuring answers to questions such as, is there a God?
Oh, I didn't mean to go that far.
Does man live
back? Didn't mean to go that far back. Right here.
The western coast of Peru and some of Chile is just as much a desert as the Sahara. It's easier to excavate there, and so, of course, is more work done. 18 miles south of Lima, Peru, we'll start with a giant 25-story Temple of the Sun at Pachacamac. Why do they call it Pachacamac? Because the God, who was the Son of God and visited these people, got out of a bird ship offshore, probably a sailing vessel. They called it a bird ship. Stepped over the side.
They got out of a bird ship, and then he walked on water. He walked on water. Who else walked on water?
Side of the ship and walked on top of the water to shore. And so they call him he who can walk on water, Pachacamac. And so he came over to this beautiful Temple of the Sun. I'm way up here now on about the 24th story, pointing out some of the rather poor quoting work of this building, but once you get down to the stone, it's just beautifully done. There are square holes above and below where water came out. Water came from 42 miles back in the Andes to come into this ancient city. Flying north now. Get your arithmetic going. We're going to figure the size of this giant city. It runs 38 miles along the Pacific, one continuous ancient city. It's an average of 20 miles deep back into the Andes. 20 times 78, or 20 times 38 is what?
Let me see, can I find the thing where he says that they came from up out of the ground. That's the only thing I want to play for y'all next. Y'all get it now. Who is Quetzalcoatl? And who is Khan? Lucifer. They tell you that these people in this video came up out of the ground. Here it is, right here. Right here. This was on TV.
Mr. Meyer.
Help out with the cheap seats. Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine. We are Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Build storage your way. U.S. General, only at Harbor Freight.
Applegate oven roasted turkey. Our meats are Applegate humanely raised with no antibiotics ever.
Spend the holidays with Tomboy X, inclusive sizing from extra small through 6X for real comfort in your perfect fit. Shop now at tomboyx.com.
Bailar? Bailar. Bailar. Eu bailo.
And most people don't know that even the water that comes into Lima, Peru today, for the modern city there of over 1 million people, comes through ancient canals 42 miles out of the mountain. Again, stonework so beautifully done that we couldn't stop it today, and it's as perfectly engineered as we could do with our finest instruments. Now, we are north of the Narrow Neck for the first time, and here we have some real interesting things. Pure white Indians. When I talked to my chief guide in the Blank El Panama Hotel in Panama City, I said to him, "Can you get me a guide to take me into the White Indians of Darien?" He was a white man, and he looked at me like I was pulling his leg. And he said, "You aren't serious." And I said, "Well, I never was more serious in my life." Oh, he said, "I've heard that legend for years, but there aren't any white Indians in there." And I said, "That isn't the question. I want to know if you can get me a guide to take me into the Darien Peninsula." Oh, he said, "Sure, that's no problem, but I don't want you to be disappointed." I wasn't. There are 2,000 pure white Indians in this one Tula tribe of the Darien Peninsula alone. When the scientists found these people, they took 4 of them out to, of all unlikely places, the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. And there for many days, the finest experts we could get in the world, anthropologists, MDs, surgeons, checked these Indians from stem to stern, so to speak. And strange enough, they came away with a unanimous decision. These are indeed pure white Indians. All the same legends of the Indians, all the same bone characteristics and structure, the high cheekbones as you can see, the same blood types of the Indians. Now, I thought for a long time this was an Indian boy. And one of our own missionaries had to straighten me out on it. When I was in here, there were no missionaries at all. And since then, in the last 20 years, our missionaries have been able to go in here, and these white Indians are being converted by the hundreds. And he said, "Jack, didn't you realize that they never put a ring through the nose of a boy? I thought it was always the boy who was led around with a ring in his nose by the girl." Isn't that mean? And he said they never put a tattoo mark down over the bridge of the boy's nose, the boy baby. It's always the girl. Now, she looks like she has Mongol-type eyes, doesn't she? That isn't true. She's simply splitting because of the brightness of the sun. Never colorless skin like an albino, but beautiful pinkish cat skin. Never white hair like an albino, but golden or brown hair. Never pink eyes, but beautiful blue or brown eyes. And the strain is so deep it continues to crop up. Now, the amazing thing, they have a legend that in very ancient times, their people were almost annihilated by their dark-skinned brothers in a giant war in the land of many waters. Their legend goes on to say that those white Indians who were denied Christ as their personal savior were not put to death. They further testify that some of their people escaped into the wilderness southward exactly as Moroni said, the last writer in the Book of Mormon. But he assumed that those white Indians had been hunted down and killed, but he wasn't an eyewitness to that. And now we find that some of them did escape. They had to fortify themselves for many decades against their dark-skinned brothers. They finally got so they could come out and live with it.
They had to fortify themselves where? Where were they living at? They were living underground.
Many dastardly things to the Indian people. In the name of Christianity, they turned against their own white people. And once again, they had to go back and fortify themselves. Comparatively recently, they've got so they can come back out now and live with their dark-skinned brothers.
Did y'all hear that? Oh, I thought everybody here was white. They been lying out their ass, baby. They been lying. He called them black. Didn't he call them black? The Indians black. Didn't that man call them Indians black? What he call them? With their black brothers. Did he call the Indians black?
Sorry, did my in-unit laundry wake you?
Y'all know I got to talk some shit now. You know, for those people calling us pretendians, for them people calling us pretendians.
The only place I ever felt like a giant. These women average.
Come here. This is the last thing I had to play. For them to calling us pretendians, right? This for y'all.
Bones, as you can see, the same blood types of the Indians. Now, I thought for a long time this was an Indian boy. And one of our own missionaries had to straighten me out on it. When I was in here...
He didn't call him brown. He called him black.
Since then, in the last 20 years, our missionaries have been able to go in here, and these white Indians are being converted by the hundreds. And he said, Jack, didn't you realize that they never put a ring through the nose of a boy? I thought it was always the boy who was led around with a ring in his nose by the girl. Isn't that mean? And he said they never put a tattoo mark down over the bridge of a boy's nose, the boy baby. It's always the girl. Now, she looks like she has Mongol-type eyes, doesn't she? That isn't true. She's simply splitting because of the brightness of the sun. Never colorless skin like an albino, but beautiful pinkish cat skin. Never white hair like an albino, but golden or brown hair. Never pink eyes, but beautiful blue or brown eyes. And the strain is so deep it continues to crop up. Now, the amazing thing, they have a legend that in very ancient times,
Bishop, be careful. Come on.
I'm not going to have skin brothers in a giant war in the land of many waters. Their legend goes on to say that those white Indians who were denied Christ as their personal savior were not put to death. They further testify that some of their people escaped into the wilderness southward exactly as Moroni said, the last writer in the Book of Mormon. But he assumed that those white Indians had been hunted down and killed, but he wasn't an eyewitness to that. And now we find that some of them did escape. They had to fortify themselves for many decades against their dark-skinned brothers. They finally got so they could come out and live with it. Then when Cortez did so many dastardly things to the Indian people in the name of Christianity, they turned against their own white people. And once again, they had to go back and fortify themselves. Comparatively recently, they've got so they can come back out now and live with their dark-skinned brothers. Up in the highlands of Guatemala, the only place...
Bishop, there's nobody at the door. There had to be the neighbor, baby.
The women average 3'3" in height. And the men
So,
average 4
I'm done. I am done. That is what y'all need to see today. So this is what y'all need to see today. Now choose this day who you will serve. And oh, I need to do that scripture for the Most High Yah says he's going to flatten the earth. Why is he going to flatten the earth? Because there's tunnels where they're living under there. They're living down there. He said they just got to come out and live. So this verse. Mountain. Isaiah 40 and 4 it reads, every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill will be made low, and the uneven ground shall be made level, and the rough places will be made plain lands. Why do we have to go out and flatten everything and lift it up and do a big old earthquake? Why? 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 Because the people that are living under the earth, he's going to kill them too. Now, you will be protected if everybody that calls in the name of Yah, you will be protected. Yahweh, some of y'all call him Yah-O, some of y'all call him Yah-Ur. But if you ain't doing that and you on these sides, I just read to you in Isaiah 57. If you on that side, you going down. That's it. I am done. I am done. Get in here and read the book, and you will know what's happening. You will know when, what, where, and how. And for those people who's talking about, there was no black people. He said there were black people here. And he showed the pictures of the black people here when they got here. So with that being said, let's give all praise and all honor for the Most High Yah providing us with the truth and providing us with everything we need to know. And let's give him all the praise and all the glory, and let's honor him by calling him and honoring him in his Paleo-Hebrew way. Let's do it by saying hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. All praises to the Most High Yah and him alone. Hallelujah.